Oi, oi, lads. Hello, and welcome to the Streets of New Capenna tournament. Alright, first match, straight in. We've got one of the big boys of the last meta. We've got Naya Runes versus the new kid on the block, Esper midrange here, using all the Rafines. This is a bit bigger of an Esper midrange than you might be used to, though. Goes all the way up to Sanctuary Warden, the new 6 mana white creature. We can see Elspeth is a new card. 4 Fairy Vandals as well, which is an interesting card with the Rafine. You get a lot of draws, get the Kaitos, so the Fairy Vandal can grow pretty quickly, but we'll see how it does. Starting off with a Mull here from the Esper. Kaito, Wanderer, some lands. Not the perfect hand, but can't go to 4 with this. The runes, we see Naturalist, Legion Angel, 1 rune. 2 decent hands. I mean, Esper did mull to 5, so that's a huge problem, but we'll see how it goes. Not the absolute fastest start that runes can have here, so it's possible that with the Rafine draw as well, maybe the Esper player can hold on here. Depends what we get off the rune. Another land, huh? Okay, we've got a game on our hands. Legion Angel, obviously a ton of gas, so no problem and stuff to cast for runes here, but definitely quite a slow hand though. Legion Angel's a lot of value, but it's not the fastest play in the world. Rafine also very good for fixing your hand, especially when you've multi 5. Might be tempted just to go straight into the meat hook here. Your meat hook, it's tough to get a lot of use out of meat hook against runes because they just grow the creatures so quickly. You might want to cash it in immediately, but Wanderer and Kaito also both decent here, so interesting choice. I think I'm not sure about Wanderer. Wanderer can get great value against runes at any stage of the game, whereas your meat hook is gonna be dead very soon. Against any reasonable runes hand, but to be fair, this runes hand is not particularly reasonable. Pretty bad, I would say. There's the Vandal. You can get an attack in with Rafine as well. A 5th land would be good. Get the Kaito down and be able to hold up the Fairy Vandal. And then at that point you're just pitching the meat hook, but you don't really want to pitch meat hook when you know that there's a ton of Legion Angels coming in. At worst. I mean, maybe the runes player has other creatures, other runes too, so you know you're facing, well, at best, sorry, a bunch of Legion Angels here. So that would incentivize you to keep the meat hook. But Kaito Vandal is quite a good turn though. Hard to pass up. No land changes things a bit. Sigrid is pretty good again though. You really want to get Kaito down and start drawing these cards, but playing the Kaito does just give up your Wanderer, so not worth it on this turn. There's a rune. The runes player really needs to draw some cheaper creatures. Sigrid is very good here though. Protects Wanderer. Yes. So you can see the value that you get out of Legion Angel. You get a ton of creatures. You've got stuff to spend your mana on, but they're not actually that strong. They are quite slow. But the Esper player, even on the multi 5 here, getting a lot of time to kind of fix their draws with the Rafine. Another good thing for the Esper player here is that the Legion Angels are meat hookable, let's say. So one of your best cards, Meat Hook Massacre, but actually not that good against runes. If you can find a spot to get it down against runes, you're very, very happy. Quite often, if you're playing against runes, your Meat Hook will just be able to remove no creatures. But even getting a 1-for-1 there is very good. And the multi-5 Esper takes game 1. We go to sideboarding. We see 4 Archon of Emeria for the Esper player, which is probably the best card in standard against runes. So not a bad thing to have 4 copies of it. Ray of Enfeeblement is okay against runes. You've got some great targets, you've got some terrible targets. But if it lines up well, it can be super good. You see the runes player cut in a few of the runes just to bring in more interaction. Hallowed Haunting's quite a nice one to have against Esper. The Vanish Inverse is a clean answer against the Haunting, but as the runes player, you're kind of hoping that you can build a board that's strong enough that you can force out those verses before something like the Haunting comes down. They decide not to go with it though, quite interesting there. I think, especially it's open decklist, so they know about the Archons, and the Haunting can be quite a good card against the Archon, because at least you're able to build up a bit of a board when you're locked into these kind of 1 card per turn thing. Alright, we see for the runes player this time, out back we've got cheaper creatures, but slow lands this time again, so not really seeing the true power of what runes can do in this match so far. Game 1 didn't really have an explosive start, not too many cheap creatures, and then game 2 here a bit locked with their slow lands. But if they can draw an untapped land in turn 2, it would set them up pretty well. They do get a land, but it's another tap land. It looks like they could go for Naturalist and Ranger class on turn 3, or just the Apparition, so not a bad turn coming up for runes. For Esper, also kind of struggling with tap lands here. They have the Maulin, so they could go Maulin and set up to get the Archon on turn 3, but that would just mean that you're playing nothing on turn 2 against runes, which is just a recipe for being dead. Although, to be honest, playing a 2-mana 3-2 with essentially no text in the matchup is not much better. We do see the Naturalist and the Ranger class instead of the Apparition. Just getting on the board as fast as possible. There's another tap land. Battle of the tap lands here. At least you've still got the option of using the Maulin as a removal spell. No basics for runes yet. Oh no, we're gonna pay the student cost. That never feels good. 2 mana, remove a creature, and they draw a card. And if they draw a creature, you've essentially just done nothing. And they did draw a creature. That doesn't feel too good. Spellbinder is a very good one as well. If the Spellbinder comes down here and taxes the Archon of Emeria, this could be a fast game. But if you're the runes player, you don't know there's an Archon there, it's quite tempting to just use a removal spell on this. Yep. Okay, so we don't see the Spellbinder, so the Archon will get to come down. But the Archon's not doing too much here though, against the runes player's hand. It's not that good. If there's already a ranger class on level 2, there's 5 power on the board. Attacking for 6 next turn. Like, this Archon can come down here, but there's 2 3/3s, it can't even block. Not a good sign for Esper that even if they draw their Archon, they're still massively behind. The Kaito's on the draw just looking terrible here. Essentially, they're just uncastable. You can't take the time to spend 3 mana on this Planeswalker. They'll just be dead to attacks. Taking 6 here, down to 9. And the Ozymandias on Esper is in a whole load of trouble here. Here's a Fairy Vandal. Decent card, and quite nice with the Archon, because you can play your Planeswalker on your turn, and then you can flash it in on opponent's turn to play around the Archon tax, but no land for it here. Kaito is an incredibly powerful Planeswalker, but on the draw against a deck like Runes that is so explosive, it's looking pretty sus here. It's a lethal attack, forced block for the Archon. Always good for Runes to get an Archon off the board. Although, as we said earlier, the Archon actually not doing too much in this game because no runes. No runes for the Runes deck. They're just attacking with creatures, and looks like they're going to pick up the win though. Sometimes playing a creature and clicking attack is enough to win a game of Magic. Vandal, draw, pump your Vandal. Yeah, just quite a bad draw for Esper here. Like, the Underdog and Kaito, they're great value cards, but they just don't do it against a deck like Runes, especially when you know you're going to be on the draw. Alright, 2 extremely fast games there. And we're going to game 3. Like, the Esper deck, you've got the Rays, you've got the Archons, like, there's some good cards against Runes, but so much of your deck is just dirtily nonsense that it's really easy for the Runes player to just overrun you, like we saw in game 2 there. If you're playing Esper in this matchup and you draw the wrong side of your deck, you're done. You've got no hope. I think if you were playing Runes in this tournament, you would be happy to play against a deck like Esper just every single match. It's interesting to see that only 3 Runeforge champions after sideboard for Runes here. Wonder what they think they gain by only playing 3. There's also a Guardian of Faith in there, in the sideboard, that they're choosing not to use. Which can be pretty nice against a deck like Esper. But maybe if you're playing Runes, you just want to try and be as explosive as possible. Just spew out as much stuff as you can before the Archons come down, before the Meatouts come down. Rather than trying to protect your board, just try and grow it as fast as possible. Okay, we do have a Verse. A bit more of a well-rounded hand here for Esper. You've got a good removal spell, you've got a good proactive spell, Refine, and then you've got Wanderer that just does everything. Rune's also with a nice hand though. not the fastest hand they could have, but a very good grindy hand. Ranger class, Fable, Kami, and a removal spell as well. Circle of Confinement, pretty decent against Rafine. The Rafine comes down for 3, you cast your Circle for 2, you pay the tax, it's just a fair trade. Safekeeping draw for runes, also a good card, especially against a card like Wandering Emperor, but to be honest, runes doesn't really have anything to protect right now. I mean, you're not going to protect your 2/2 token off of your Fable, your 2/2 token off of your Ranger class. Maybe a while before we see them hold that up. Ozymandias holding up Wanderer, even though there's not really going to be anything to remove on this turn. You're not. The Runes player's creatures are not going to be tapped. Just going for the tokens. You can go for a token, you can pump the token, get your Rafine down, start looting away these lands, try and find some. Really, you're just looking for removal because your Rafine and the tokens will be enough to close this game if you can slow runes down a bit. And here is a situation where Kaito is a hell of a lot better than it was in Game 2. Still need to find a little bit of removal for Ozymandias here, but when you're ahead on board and you can get a Kaito down, that's a great way to find that removal, to stay ahead. Runes with the Fable loot here. I think for sure you get rid of 2 cards. You need lands. Badly. You've got more than enough action. You just need mana to cast the spells. Interesting that they didn't get rid of Ranger class. I think Ranger class is good, but it's not that good here, and I can't really picture a stage in this game where it ever becomes that good, to be honest. You've got to stop this Rafine. That's priority number 1. Stop it either by removing it or by growing your creatures faster than it grows and forcing it to stay back. And Ranger class just does neither of those things. Didn't find a land, so pretty forced to go for another Fable. It's looking rough here for runes. Just too slow. So Esper finds a removal and discards it, which is extremely interesting. Not sure how I feel about that. But banking on Kaito just getting them there. Kaito is a card that can get you there. Another land, but you can cycle that one, it's not too bad. Outback does find the 4th land. Alright, now we can play. Kami's a good discard. I still think you need to get rid of that Ranger class. Gotta go. It just doesn't do anything to help the current situation. You would love to keep it, like it's an amazing card. You want to keep it, but you've got to face the facts, it's not doing anything. Very nice. It's gone. Okay, so you've got the Naturalist Champion combo. Only 4 lands. You can make a treasure, but that means you're attacking first before you're putting your runes down, which is a bit awkward. You can go champion 1 rune. Champion 1 rune, you attack, you make your treasure, that lets you hold up your safekeeping. Yeah. Another kind of awkward turn here for runes. Really paying the price for missing that land last turn. If they played the land last turn, and played their 5th land this turn, then they could do the champion naturalist combo pre-combat, and that would make an enormous difference to this game. Right, go for the haste on the CROKEYZ, so now you're kind of really have to attack with the tokens. Attacking with the CROKEYZ, wow. I thought we were going to see attack with the tokens and then use the CROKEYZ to copy the champion, find another rune. But giving up the CROKEYZ to kill the Wanderer, and could work out. Ozymandias, they did see Ozymandias discard a 2nd Wanderer earlier in the game, which may have influenced that turn. 2 Wanderers down. And Wander is one of the main ways for Esper to control the runes creatures that get out of control. The huge ones, the ones that are pumped with Scald's counters, pumped with the 1-drop counters, pumped with runes. There are 3 Emperors in the deck, and we instantly find the 3rd one. Feels good, man. That's always good. It's nice to need a Wandering Emperor and then just draw one, right? This Rafine is threatening to end this game in the next couple of turns. There is a Naturalist in hand for a bit of life gain. No way to haste it yet, though. Champion Chump. Not the best use of the Tameo, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
This is a juicy secret.
It's gonna be very tough for runes here to build a big enough board when they're facing this 3rd Wandering Emperor. They obviously don't know about it, and it's hard. With these open deck lists, when you know that Esper's got exactly 3 Wandering Emperors, you know you've beaten 2 of them. It's hard to give credit for the 3rd one. You're probably just going to spew everything out here. Okay, so Naturalist Champion finally on the board. 0 mana runes available. Only 1 in hand though. What's it going on? Huge draws needed for the runes player here. Got to go off probably on this turn. There's a Rune of Haste though. Rune of Speed. That's pretty good. On the Kiki again. Okay, land this time. But you can get a Kiki copy off on the champion. Get yourself another rune. Probably the haste again for the Kami. Yep. That Kami is getting big. We do have Wandering Emperor of Ozymandias though. That's a Circle of Confinement, but you don't have the 1 to pay the ward on the Rafine. You could use it on the token, or you could attack and then make the treasures, and then you can use the circle. If you attack first, the 4/4 token is getting a nice block off. It looks like they're choosing to do it on the 4/4 instead of attacking first to kill the Rafine. Alright, now what are you doing with your attacks? You've got 5, 9, 17 damage. Kami face and the rest into the Kaito. Really valuing It's a lot of damage to trade for what is essentially going to be one card draw.
Now you've done it. Hat's coming off.
Here comes the Emperor. You've got to just remove the Kami. You can't protect Kite. Or you could remove Kikijiki, I guess, and you take 8. But the problem with doing that is, like, yeah, the Kikijiki's super good, but... And you don't want to let your rune's opponent get value off the Kikijiki, but if you don't remove this Kami, it's just going to kill you next turn. What are you going to do? If you flash in Vandal and pump up, you've got 3, 4, 5. You attack next turn, pump again, 6. You get Vandal trigger 7 plus 2. You're actually 1 damage off. Huh? Wow, that was close. It was actually very close to lethal for Esper there. 1 off. Alright, we see Blitz. Alright. Find a Ray, and that should be lethal, no? If you discard the creature and the Rafine, Ray the Naturalist. That's 5, 8, plus 2, which is 10 by my count. 8 plus 2 equals 10. I think. Oh, you also get the Vandal trigger, yeah, so 11 damage. And somehow, I can't believe it, but Esper beats runes. That's crazy to me. Alright, GG's. Gonna go to a quick break, guys. We'll be back soon with the next match. Thank you. Hello, guys. We're into match 2. It's already started here, but we've got Rint, our old favourite, Mr. Mono Green, playing Mono Green. And then we're up against Zilper on the other side, who's playing Esper midrange, but quite a weird version, quite an unusual version. There's... In Zilper's Esper deck, they're playing, as you can see, they're playing Valky there. They're playing 2 copies of Valky, but from what I can see, there's no red lands in the deck. There's no way to make red mana at all. So they're just not playing it as Tibble ever. It's just 2 Valky creatures, which is very interesting. And they've actually got a little bit of a dungeon mechanic in their deck. They're playing 4 Triumphant Adventurers and 3 Nadars. So a very spicy Esper deck. Other than the Adventurers and the Nadars and the Valkyries, which is a lot of cards, other than those, it is pretty normal. But it's a little bit of a crazy list, so we see how it does. And we can see Rint playing his old favourite Mono Green with 1 Vivian of the Hunt, which is a new Planeswalker from Streets of New Capenna. It's 6 mana, which is quite a lot, but as you can see, playing 4 Jugan in the deck to give a little bit of ramp and a little bit of gas. I'm actually quite surprised that Jugan wasn't really played in Mono Green before. I mean, that card is from 2 sets ago, so I had plenty of opportunity to try it out. But not really seen it until now. I think it's super good. It's the type of card that's not, well, I wouldn't say perfect for Mono Green, but it's good for Mono Green. It's a little bit slow when you get it down. But once you get to stage 3, and if you get that creature, it gives you something exactly what Mono Green needs. It gives you a way to spend all of your mana every turn in a deck that doesn't draw many cards and really can't draw many cards. there's no way to do so. So bit of a replacement for Ranger class. No copies of Ranger class for Rent here in mono green. So two very different versions of two popular decks here. So we'll see how they go up against each other. So we see the Juggins here for Rent. One about to pop to stage 3, and you get to see the power of it, really. So look at Rent's hand, he's got one Werewolf Pack Leader, one Florahedron, and just a bunch of mana. So what would otherwise be a terrible hand, now these creatures are going to come in and they're going to be huge. So I like the Juggin here. Now, of course, Zilper's still got a bit of time to remove this, if they want. We'll see if they can. And they can't, so that looks like a 6/6 pack leader? That's pretty good. And we've got up, 5/6 mana next turn. You can get a 5/5 Florahedron. Pretty good forest, if you ask me. That's an attack from the Aspirant, which is the most obvious meat hook of all time. I think we'll see a no blocks here. Block with your pack leader, get meat hooked for 3, and well, that's going to make you a bit upset. So we'll see what Zilper has other than the meat hook. Goes for Kaito. Could have maybe just cast the meat hook anyway. I mean, yes, you're taking a hit from the pack leader. And there's the first adventurer. Ovenwold Oddity off the top for Rent. And another card that seems super good with the Juggin. Or you could just pay up here. Interesting choice. Just pump the second Juggin. Save these other two creatures for later. It is a flyer, so not a bad creature to put a lot of counters on. But it's not got haste. That's your downside. So you could kind of pay 0 there and then just get your oddity down. But Rint choosing to save the resources. No attack with the pack leader? What? What? I'm confused. I think that's a good trade, no? Because I don't think... The reason to hold back would be to let Zilper attack with the adventurer. Yeah, I was just checking like what... So it's Death Touch always, and First Strike on your own turn. So yeah, the reason to hold back the pack leader would be to let Zilper attack with the adventurer, and then you can get a clean attack off with the pack leader. But I don't think Zilper can afford to attack. Wow. Okay. So this game is just crazy already. I'm lost. I don't understand what's going on. Zilper just smorking completely. 13, 15, 17 power for Rent plus, 5, 6. You can put another 6 power on the board. And Rent does get paid off for not attacking. You can make a 6/6 oddity, and that looks like lethal to me. Okay, I would have attacked with the pack leader for sure. What's going on? Holding back the oddity. Alright. That was the weirdest game one I've ever seen. But I bow to Rint's greatness. They found a way. We go to sideboarding. I'm still very confused. I'm still very confused by the no, not by the no attack with the pack leader. Like, I can understand the no attack with the pack leader. You're setting up for if Zilper attacks, you've got a huge swing back. I get that. I still think you could make a case for attacking. But now I'm even more confused by Zilper's attack. They attack. They got a dungeon hit, cast the meat hook, give up your creature, play another adventure. I'm just confused. The Trampo is just so effective against this from the mono green deck. So effective against the Esper deck though. A lot of like good blockers for Esper normally. With cards like the Adventurer, obviously Aspirin can grow itself. Valky, not the best blocker in the world, but still a decent card against mono green. Like you're, especially after sideboard, because you're taking all of the most difficult threats to deal with, and mono green, while it does have some removal, the removal is not great in mono green, of course, other than Blizzard Brawl. So it can be a bit awkward for the green deck to get that creature back. I mean, of course, the Valkyrie is going to die at some point in the game. But just the ability to slow them down, slow down the green player with the Valkyrie, can be enough to buy you the time, because that's what you're looking for, right? If you're playing a deck like Esper against mono green, you're just looking for a bit of time. Valkyrie is not going to win the game by itself, not by any means, but it might buy you just enough time for your other cards to win you the game. We see Duress. Only one hit here, the Invoke, but not a bad hit at all. A card that's quite difficult for Esper to deal with. Two big Tramplers or Vigilance can be okay too against a deck like Esper that plays a bunch of cards like Wandering Emperor. Most of the time I think you're going to go for Trample though, so nice to get destroying both of those tokens for 1 mana. It's not bad. There's the Adventurer. A lot better on the play. They're going to get an attack off. Go into the dungeon for the first time. We'll see what dungeon they choose. Yep, scry 1. The first step in the dungeon, not too incredible. I mean, a scry is decent, but not too many steps until you start getting to draw cards and things like that, so it ramps up pretty quickly. Post-combat aspirant is weird. Maybe they were going to verse the pack leader and then their scry changed their mind. We'll see. So Rint can go Troll, he can go Mammoth. Could go Florahedron, but I think that's very unlikely. You want to play just a creature that allows you to draw a card with the pack leader next turn, so something that's got 3 power, at least. Holding the Troll is interesting. Maybe Rint with the same read that I have, that Zilper's got a verse in their hand, and then that scry has changed their mind when they played the post-combat aspirant. So kind of giving up the Mammoth. or in this case, they're probably giving up the pack leader, right? If Zilper feels forced into using the verse, it's going to be on the pack leader most likely. And then Rent gets to save their troll. So go to stage 2 of the dungeon. Gets a treasure. That can be super useful. Alright, so now the attacks become a bit harder for Rinse, so that you've got Wanderers coming in, you've got Verses coming in. The block with Aspirant. Could see a Wanderer into plus here, maybe? Yep. It's pretty good. That treasure's very important from the Adventurer there. So if we see Rent go for Troll here, and Zilper has the verse as well, and the game starts to get out of hand for Rent really quickly here. And if Zilper can find a way to remove this troll effectively, it's looking very good for them. We'll see another attack from the Adventurer. Go into the dungeon again. Eventually. Eventually. We're thinking. Got options. What are they? Maybe they're considering blocking the troll? I mean, blocking the troll is not very good though. There's Rafine. The Rafine does actually mean that you're not gonna be able to remove the troll this turn. It's hard to see what's going on, but spectator mode, please. Alright, Rent's just got no action at all. This Rafina's gonna snowball completely. There's a Rafine in play that can't be removed. There's an Emperor in play that can't be removed. This dungeon creature's going off. This is the type of thing that can happen with mono green though. Like you can just draw a hand because your deck doesn't draw too many cards. Your hand can just end up fizzling out into nothing. But that's why I think the cards like Jugan and Ranger class, these type of cards are very, very good in mono green. Because they do put on enough pressure by themselves. But they also they're effective in the games where you draw good. But the games where you draw badly, and you've got hands with a bunch of forests and a bunch of florahedrons like this game for Rent, turning those bad draws into something decent is exactly what the mono green deck needs, right? Mono green doesn't need help in matches where it's curving out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, and just attacking for 10 every turn. Mono green is absolutely fine in those games. Well, it needs help in games like this. So this is where these are the games where your ranger classes are good, where your Jugans are good, where maybe Vivian is good. We've not seen Vivian yet, but I can imagine it helps in a game like this. But Rin, despite having those cards in his deck, not having access to them at all in this game, you can see that mono green can sometimes just kind of flop over and die. those sagas and ranger classes and stuff, they're really helping to turn the bad draws into medium ones, and that can, over the course of a tournament, that can be the difference. I don't think Rent even has a top deck here that can save this game. It's so far behind, 5 open mana. I mean, removal's getting held up. Did draw a removal spell, but those Esper creatures are just too difficult to deal with now once they've snowballed a little bit. Their Fiend's gone off, the Adventurer's gone off, the Aspirant's gone off, there's still an Emperor in play. There's something else coming in this turn with the 5 open mana. Looking like a game 3 here to me. Yep, and we're going to game 3. See what's going on, if there's any further changes in the sideboard. Looks like Rint actually took his Vivian out. Oh no, it's one main, one side. Okay. There's a lot of value generation cards in this version of Green with the Juggins, the Chariots. The Invokes are kind of not value generation, but you definitely get more from your 5 mana than most cards do. Obviously, the price for that is that you're essentially have to play mono green. Just didn't really find anything in game 2. There was one pack leader, there was one troll, but the troll didn't really get the opportunity to kind of attack at all, really. That's where the troll is good. Like, it's forces bad blocks. Like, even if you block it and remove it, they get to ramp a little bit, they get the token later. The pack leader didn't get to get too many draws off. Just drew pretty much nothing, really. If you can find a Juggin, if you can find another pack leader, maybe another troll, an invoke. It's interesting that Rint seems to be playing one of his Ulvenwald oddities. 2 are in the sideboard, so I think he thinks that's pretty bad against Esper. I mean, I can see that. It's reasonably weak to Emperor. It's kind of weak to Verse, but I mean, your whole deck's weak to Verse. Cuts the Vivian and the enchantment to get 2 Workshop Warchief in there. And then immediately cuts those and goes for the hasters. Okay. Okay. Last minute idea to go for some value generation into, no, screw that. I'm hasting. So I'm sure Rint has like a plan against, let's call it normal Esper, but as we said, Zilper's deck is a little bit different with the Valkeys, with the adventure creatures, the dungeon creatures, sorry, so maybe kind of throwing Rint off his game a little bit here, not too sure how to approach this matchup. Or at least this version of the deck from Zilper. This looks like a super nice hand though. 2 pack leaders, a Juggin which is going bye-bye to the Duress. Although we might see them take the removal spell. Not leaving the removal spell. Alright, 2 pack leaders, 2 removal spells. Pretty much the perfect hand, I would say. Top deck's another Juggin on curve, that's pretty good. So the Juggin would make a 1-1 here, and you're threatening to get 2 counters next turn to go up to 6 power total on the board, so the Juggin looks pretty nice here. You get your saga started, and you're threatening to draw a card next turn off the pack leader with your 6 power. saving it and going for the second pack leader. That's fair. Oof. Path of Peril. Damn. Alright, now choice for Rent between Troll or Juggin. Troll obviously gets in for some damage. You do need to get this Juggin rolling at some point, though. Just deciding against the Juggin because there's too many like small creatures that Zilper could play in response here that would actually make the token kind of unable to block, but or unable to attack. Sorry, but you don't. I don't think you would be attacking with the token anyway, or even wanting to, because that token would give you a 4th mana next turn. Even if a creature is played in response by Zilper, you could just go Troll Blizzard Brawl using that 4th land, 4th mana. So here, if this is a Wandering Emperor, it's a bit of a regret for playing the Troll last turn. Not even able to attack just because of the Emperor is such a threat. That feels bad. There's the Nadar, the second dungeon creature. There's 3 copies of Nadar and 4 copies of the Adventurer in Zilper's deck. So a very interesting version of Esper here. Using completely different creatures to what most people play. Valkyries with just no way to use Tibalt. Adventurers, Nadar. Pretty cool. Alright, so Rint gets both the counters. Pretty good. Got a Blizzard Brawl. Doesn't actually have 3 snow permanents, so not going to get indestructible this turn, which is actually a little bit annoying for Rint, I would say. If you're fighting the Nadar here, you're going down to 2 toughness on your Troll. So yeah, I mean, you can attack and kill the Emperor, which is still pretty good, but you will lose your Troll to a block, most likely. I still think it's absolutely worth it. And then, since your Juggin is flipping next turn, another quite interesting choice for Rint. So, do you play the pack leader and just get it in play? Or do you save it for next turn and try and get some counters on it using the Juggin? Value or tempo? Classic Magic the Gathering choice. Double block is strange. Must be something available here. For 1 mana? Well, the only 1 mana cards in Zilper's list are Portable Hole, which is sorcery speed, Duress, which is sorcery speed. There is 3 Ray of Enfeeblement in the sideboard. If they've brought Ray in against mono green, that would be a little weird. I mean, you're losing the Wandering Emperor either way, so you could single block here. Just get a kill on the Troll, lose your Emperor. Again, going for the double block, maybe? What? I must be losing my mind, man. I do not know what is going on in this match. Game 1 was super weird too. I'm speechless. I can't work out what you could possibly gain from double blocking. I'm trying to think. I'm looking at the deck lists here. I've got nothing for you. I've got nothing. Another Nadara is nice though. That the troll mana, the enchantment going onto the land, giving an extra mana, and the mana dark here, gonna allow Rint to make, I mean, a massive pack leader. Using the Jugan. We've got 3, 6, 7 mana plus 5, 8, 8 pack leader available. I mean, pack leader is pretty good when it's a 3-3. So making it an 8-8 sounds kind of good. Here you see the payoff, like it's such a small number of cards in Rint's hand, but every creature is enormous now. So you don't need to have 5 cards in your hand if each time you play one card, it's threatening, like, almost lethal over 2 turns. So you can see, like, this way that, yeah, card draw is super good in Magic, but there's other ways to pseudo card draw. Like Jugan. Like Ranger class. You see an attack with Nadar, as expected. Making the pack leader a bit weaker, but still threatening to draw a card from Mint here. Just with the pack leader and one of the other 2 creatures available at the moment. Rint was in a similar spot here in game 1 and chose to block, if I remember correctly. The pack leader being an 8-8 or, well, a 4-8 right now is super good too, because even if Zilper has a removal spell for this Jugan, which is a high priority threat, right? Like, that thing's got to go. It's so good here. You're still getting to draw off of your pack leader attacks. You will have to pump it first, pre-combat, to get the draw. Or you could attack with the lair maybe, but seems super worth it to pump up. Swing for 6 trample, get your draw off. There's a rebuke. That's pretty good here. I would expect to see the rebuke. Remove this Nadar. Although it's looking not too bad for Zilper. I mean, if they can get rid of this pack leader, not too much left for Rint. But if Rint gets one more attack off with this pack leader, then suddenly the game looks super hard for Zilper. So, very important turn coming up here. Can Zilper remove the pack leader? Okay. Yes, but I mean, it's expensive. So Rint can attack. You're threatening, what, 10 trample? Get blocked by 1. So you get to, for 4 mana, you get to draw a card and deal 9 damage. That's not bad. Rint goes for it. There's the beatdown. Trample still goes through, and now Zilper's in a world of trouble. You can see that the difference between Rint getting one more attack off with that pack leader and it being immediately removed. That one extra attack, and now the game looks impossible, really. Seems like Zalper may have missed their window here. It basically needs verse or bust. And that's a bust. Alright, and Rint takes it with his interesting and I would say kind of new version of Mono Green. Extremely different from other versions that we've seen. No Ranger class, 4 Jugan, really going for value here in what I expect that he expected it was going to be a mid-range meta, so having that value seems like it's a good choice so far. So congratulations to Rint, and we'll be back soon with the next match. Alright, welcome back. We've got our next match here. We've got Dr. Toboggan, aka Willosaurus, versus Costa del Steno. We've got Will on Mardu midrange, and Steno is playing a Bant. Let's call it Bant ramp. Got some Komas in there, got some Shigekis. The Bant got the new Triome, and taking a look at Steno's deck here, got some interesting new cards. Got Jewel Thief, which is a limited powerhouse. Trying it out in constructed here, 3 copies. Got Endless Detour, which is the new Bant removal spell. And also some kinda new cards, let's say, like from 2 sets ago that we haven't really seen in other decks used yet too much, like Shigeki, like Cameo, and there's even 3 Slogurk, the Overslime, which is an interesting one. But probably the craziest thing about this Bant deck, there's 4 copies of the Eiganjo Legendary Land, and there's 4 copies of Baseyu in the deck, and 2 Otawaras. 10 legendary lands, which is crazy, but let's see how it plays out. Will playing Mardu, which doesn't have any of the new Triomes, so mana will be a little bit worse than the other mid-range decks like Jund and Esper, but your card quality is a bit better, you've got to say. So you're paying, it's a payoff, right? You're taking, your mana's a bit more inconsistent, but your cards are, maybe even more than a little bit better, maybe a lot better. You get all the white removal, you get the black threats, you get to play Fable, super good. There is a Humiliate in the main deck for Will, but for new cards we've got 2 Elspeth Resplendent, 3 of Tenacious Underdog in the main deck, and then the rest of what you would expect really: Verses, Fables, Meat Hooks, Aspirants, Apparitions, you know, just good Mardu cards. But interesting to see how a Bant ramp deck can do against these mid-range piles. I mean, if you get to ramp up and get your big threats down, I mean, you can go over the top for sure. Cards like Coma. We see the Slogurk, we see the Jewel Thief. Will takes the Coma. There is Slogurk, the Overslime. Not a new card, but definitely a card that you don't see too often. Let's see how it does. Trespasser is being goated as usual. Comes into play, takes away a flashback card. And here we see this is the problem of running 4 copies of Baseyu. Because Steno needs to make a land drop. But they can't. Unless they get a block with a Trespasser and get to draw 2 lands. I mean, that's pretty good. 3 mana 3/3 draw 2 lands when it dies in your ramp deck. Like, I mean, it's not even always a 3/3, it can grow too. Pretty sick. There's a Jewel Thief. So you can see this like kind of Mardu good cards pile. Every spell that Will casts, I mean, it's decent, but possibly gonna get farmed by just this big mana Bant deck. Steno is getting his lands in play. Nothing too huge to cast with all this mana quite yet. I mean, you can use the channel ability on the Shigeki, sure. There is a coma under Valky. Will be quite hard for the Bant deck to put enough pressure on Mardu, though, to actually force out a block with the Valky, so it's going to be reasonably hard for Steno to actually get this coma back anytime soon, but you would expect that they'd get the coma back eventually over the course of the game, even if it takes a little while. The 4 Biseyus and 4 Iganjos. There was a turn earlier where they looked pretty bad, but they're beginning to look pretty good all of a sudden. Chooses not to go for the Iganjo though, which is... could have cleared that Angel away. There's 2 basic planes in Will's Mardu deck, so not really going to be able to use the Biseyu as land destruction, which is always an option against these 3-color mid-range decks. Like, a lot of them only running 1 basic, but Will really getting paid off early in the tournament here for running 2 basics. I don't think you can expect to run into too many decks playing 4 Biseyu, but, I mean, it can happen. It's happened right now. See a block on the Jewel Thief? Maybe? Alright, and there's Doomscar for Steno, so that's a way to get your coma back. Okay. That was not a good use of the Biseyu. I think it could have been better. There's the Doomscar, so you've got the coma for next turn, and you've still got that Shigeki, which is kind of nice. And these mid-range value cards of Mardu just not really putting on enough pressure at the moment. Just durdling along. A lot of value, but no damage. Goes for Legion Angel and Underdog, and I mean, this coma is just going to come down and... nice verse, bro. Still on 18 as well. Got Celestis to gain some life over the course of the game. There's an Innkeeper. I mean, you can go Innkeeper into coma, which will start the kind of life gain rolling, but it would cost you your Iganjo. Which seems not worth it. I mean, you can use the Iganjo to remove one of these angels, you can just play the Innkeeper next turn, you're giving up 2 life from the coma and this first token. I guess you're giving up 3 life, the second token as well. Giving up 3 life to be able to use the Iganjo as a removal spell rather than a land seems like that's a good deal. This is kind of the problem with Shigeki for me. I mean, it's really good. It's really nice to be able to get all your cards back in the late game and recast them all. You're like, that's great and all, but it's so much mana to actually use it. It can be, if your opponent is contributing to the game in any way, it can be tough to find the time to actually use that channel ability. We see an attack with Coma here. That's an Emperor coming down next turn. Okay, Steno goes for their own Legion Angel rather than holding up the Iganjo. Alright, and there's the verse. And Dr. Toboggan can maybe get in for 8 here. Of course, Coma has these tokens to sacrifice to stop the Angels attacking. But it's only going to work for a turn or two. I mean, eventually these Angels will start being able to get in. Seems like you can safely use 2 of your tokens here to save, what, 9 life? Might see only 1 used, though. But you can see the power of Coma here. I mean, dodge and verse is very good. Of course, Wandering Emperor is a big threat against the Coma, so you can't really attack with the Coma. But you're not delighted about not being able to attack, but it's just giving you so much value that it's okay in the end, right? Getting a free 3/3 every turn seems pretty good when you're playing against an opponent that's trying to do their own value thing. But their own value thing is nowhere near as good as your free 3/3 a turn. Not even close to as good. Yep, and just a couple of turns after the Coma comes into play, and already we're getting to attack here. This game is getting out of control very, very quickly. Another land. I mean, you've got 8 mana. You can blitz the underdog. Draw. It's not achieving too much though. The Prosperous Innkeeper just kinda chilling there on the board too, getting a lot of value. Life gain just and maybe the single most underrated thing you can do in Magic. Most people think of like playing Angels, you know, and gaining 50 life, and it's a bit over the top, right? But just the small incremental life gain from a card like Innkeeper, over the course of the game, it can maybe buy you enough life to take 1 or 2 more extra attacks. And that can end up being enough to swing the game in your favour, especially if you're playing the deck with the bigger cards like the Bant deck is here. There's another +1. And now you're sitting on 16. Where without the Innkeeper, you would have been on what, 11 maybe? Something like that? 10? Facing 10 in the air? Just this extra 5, 6, 7 life over the course of the game makes a huge difference. But I think this game seems pretty sewn up for Steno. It's going to take a bit of time to close it out, but as long as they can avoid attacking with the Coma, which they have done so far, and it looks like they're going to continue to do so, don't expose that Coma to the Wandering Emperor. It's looking really good. Tybalt is coming down though. And Tybalt can eat the Coma and threaten to play the Coma in the future. But I think it should be a bit too late. But as we've seen from the Coma on Steno's side of the board, I mean, it can get out of control extremely quickly, so maybe we'll have enough time. It's just 2 very, very expensive cards though, right? Tybalt for 7 mana, minus on the Coma, and then you've got to commit another 7 mana to get the Coma back in play. So that's essentially 2 full turns for Will locked up to get 1 Coma in play. It's hard. And then Steno's board is huge, even without the Coma. can, if you sack this 3/3 in response to the Tibble, sack one of the 3/3s, you can tap the Aspirant. You've got what? I guess you don't even need to tap the Aspirant. You can untap and use the Cameo, and then you've got 12, 13. You've got 13 damage, plus you can attack with the Hull, so that should be... No, not quite lethal, because the Emperor can still make a token. Close, though. So you can see here that stealing the Coma is very good, or will. But he needs to not die on before he can get it down, right? And there we go. Attack with the Hull. Deal a lot of damage. Will does play 2 Valkyries, so there was always that answer to the Coma. But I mean, Coma just needed, what, 2 or 3 turns there. And even after it gets removed, the game is still over. Also, very impressive showing there in game 1 from the Bant deck. And again, just another deck that's kind of going over the top of these mid-range decks. I mean, the mid-range decks, the Mardu decks, the Jund decks, the Esper decks, they're extremely strong. Their cards are very, very good. I mean, they just play a bunch of the best cards in the format, right? But they're not fast decks. No matter what deck you're playing, you get a lot of time to play before they beat you. And we're just seeing a selection of different decks using that time to their advantage to just do more than what the mid-range decks are doing. We saw it in a more kind of fast way earlier with the runes. We're seeing it now in a somewhat of a slower way with the Bant ramp deck, but just building up like unassailable advantages while these mid-range decks are trying to grind out some value. Bant deck using an offer you can't refuse, which is a very interesting counter spell. 1 mana counter any non-creature spell. Which, I mean, that's pretty good, of course. But then you give your opponent 2 treasures. Now, most decks can use 2 treasures pretty well, so it's a price to pay. But in some situations, it's going to be really good. I mean, you're paying... You could pay 2 mana for a negate, or you can pay 1 mana and give 2 treasures. Now, the 2 treasures are going to be used very well, but it's also... The problem with a card like Negate sometimes is... Sometimes you just don't have enough mana to hold up that 2. Like, it can be expensive, right? It can take you off making another play. And maybe if you've got, say, 6 mana with the Bant ramp deck, and the fact that this offer you can't refuse costs 1, it will let you weave in something like a Renin 7 as well, and still hold up that counterspell where you wouldn't be able to hold up the Negate. And maybe you can leverage that Ren to kind of overcome the two treasures that you're giving your opponent. We'll see. I mean, Negate is a very good card, so an offer you can't refuse is going to have to be very good to match or be worth it instead of the Negate. Archon of Emeria is another card that I think will be more and more popular as this format goes through. So, it's just kind of good against almost everything. Of course, you've got the normal, it's insane against runes. It's also good against ramp decks. It's good against mid-range decks, because we're playing a 3-color format now, really, right? This Archon is just making almost every land of almost every deck come in tap. There's just not a ton of basics going around. Steno, very fortunate there. They play 3 basics, so having the second of 3 basics there to come in untapped. They've actually got the third basic in hand to the planes. So actually getting to make a play here is pretty good. That's a lot of lands in hand for Steno, but as we said earlier, they are playing 4 Basuyu and 4 Iganjo and 2 Otawara, 10 legendary lands, so at least got something to do with all these lands. Field of Ruin looking pretty bad when you've drawn all 3 basics though. Mardu kind of showing its power here if it gets a good start. Just snowballing an advantage every turn. Steno played a 5 mana Planeswalker. It's immediately dead. And Will's board is bigger than it was the previous turn. This one's hard to come back from for Steno. Still on 11 life, so not the end of the world, but facing down just huge attacks every turn. The Blitz ability is available for the underdogs. There's a Hive in play. It's going to be really hard for Steno to turn this one around. But you can see Will's kind of... This is one of the major plus points to these mid-range decks. You can just morph into any archetype at all. You can sideboard into a control deck, you can sideboard into an aggro deck like Will's done here. You just have... That's the reason to play these decks. You have more options than your opponent does in their sideboarding. Well recognizing that he just can't compete against these big cards. He has to be an aggro deck. Got 2 Trespassers in hand. You've got this Archon for just constant taxing of the tapped lands. Steno holding on just, but it's looking real bleak. Would love to get this Emirios call down next turn if they can even survive this turn, but the Archon tapping every land. So good. Just dead here, I think, though. Only got 1 Iganjo available. Okay, not quite dead yet. Interesting that Will didn't use their counter there. Well, gonna make a token after combat, which is also fine. Steno goes all the way down to 1. Will gets to draw another card off of this Blitz. The underdog is... Well, it's my favourite card from the new set, I think, so far. And for sure one of the most powerful too. There's another Iganjo, but just can't hold off this snowball effect. Too many small creatures. The Archon was finally dead, and Steno could have played untapped land into Emirios Call there, make 2 angels, but the Blitz effect from the underdog or just the Hive would have sealed the game the following turn. So the Bant deck has access to a lot of board clears, but the board clears are just not that good against cards like the underdog. You see 4 Doom Scars, there's a Vanquish the Horde in the sideboard that's not even getting used, Depopulate. A ton of board wipes, but creature only board wipes are just not that good against these decks like Mardu. They're okay. They're just not great. You'd much prefer to have board wipes that hit Planeswalkers too, or just do something else. So things like Burn Down the House, Meathook Massacre, that only hits creatures, but at least that's going to get you some immediate value with the life swing and some value over the course of the game too as you remove more stuff. These whiteboard clears, I mean, they're okay, but they're kind of whatever, really. See an Apparition in the Bant deck. Negate, Test of Talents. Looks like they are bringing in the Vanquish the Horde. So they're not too sure what they want to be doing, but they've stuck with pretty much what they brought to Game 2 there. And we go into Game 3. Duress, 2 Valky Underdog, and Apparition Emperor Jewel Thief for Steno. I mean, turn 1 Duress, really nice. Turn 2 Underdog, pretty nice. These 2 Valkyries are just a little scuffed for me. You may have to mull this hand, I mean, it's so hard though. Keep is fine, of course. It's a reasonable hand. You've got some lands, you've got some spells, you've got no red mana. You don't need the red mana just yet. But these 2 Valkyries are very bad. For now. Definitely got a chance for them to turn good as we move through the game, though. Steno with 4 lands drew their first board wipe, so pretty nice. Valky into taking the Apparition. We'll probably see Will go for Archon next turn, I imagine. This is the power of being on the play, though. Steno with what would otherwise be a bunch of tap lands gets an untapped land on turn 3 down under the Archon, allowing them to play the Jewel Thief, making a treasure. The treasure can be used in future turns to kind of bypass the Archon tax. And what would normally be just a turn where you slam the Archon here, it's looking like it might be 1 turn too late. Like, it's just not that good anymore. It was very good in Game 2, but small margins. Steno's hand lining up pretty well against Will's here. I mean, Will's got a lot of creatures. Steno's got 2 board wipes. But Will does have the underdog. And we saw how good the underdog can be in these situations last game. Offering up the double block here. Remember, these are open deck lists, so will know that Steno could have access to a bunch of board wipes, so that would incentivize you to block here. But there's also things incentivizing you not to block, right? You've got a Verse in your hand for the Thief, you've got a Brutal Cathar. You want your Archon to be in play rather than dead, even though yeah, it did come down a little late in this game. So it goes for the no blocks, and Steno gets through for 3. And we're just going to start blitzing the underdog. I mean, it's a good idea. What else are you going to do? You can essentially cast a 4 mana Vanishing Verse by versing the Thief and just floating the other 2 mana. And there we go, there's the first board wipe. And Will gets to keep his other creatures and still got the underdog. And this is the downside of just using these pretty bad board wipes in a meta filled with cards like underdog, like Kami from the Runes deck. We're just seeing Will just grinding an advantage here. Steno with all the mana in the world, but just nothing to cast because all Will has to do is not fill the board with creatures. And you basically just turn off Steno's entire hand. And suddenly, while the first Valkyrie didn't do too much, I mean, it was okay. Stolen Apparition. The second Valkyrie's beginning to look pretty good. Tybalt soon. And Will actually with an answer to any potential comas this time with the Brutal Cathar. It's going to be a long road back for Steno if they make it back here. These threats are just so hard to deal with. The Trespasser's super annoying. The Underdog is super annoying. The Valkyrie is not even going to be a creature, it's going to be a huge Planeswalker. Like, Steno's removal spells are nice, but they just line up poorly at the moment. You can Apparition the Trespasser and discard a card. You can use one of your board wipes as a 1-for-1, which never feels good. You can Iganjo, discard a card. I mean, even if you use the Doomscar here, I get like you can Doomscar and hold up Test of Talents, which isn't the worst, but not the best either. So while this game has been very awkward for Steno so far, I mean, they're not dying, right? They're still on 14. And the Bant ramp has a ton of top end, so the longer this game goes on, the better. If Will can find a 6th land to go alongside the Celestis mana to get the Tybalt down anytime soon, though, it's going to be real tough for Steno. This is pretty good, though. You get your Blitz off, you're going to get to draw another card, get a discard off. I mean, Test of Talents could be used here to protect the Vanquish the Horde, but doesn't matter too much. An underrated side part of the Test of Talents, though, at least Steno knows what they're dealing with now. They know that Tybalt's coming in soon, and maybe they can play around it some way. Will just desperately needs a land, finds one. There's the coma, but can't cast it because, well, they discarded Iganjo last turn to the Trespasser. And while there is an Iganjo in play, so the first one of them would get the first one would get sacrificed, you would still be able to use it to get coma down at least. And here's Tybalt, and importantly, this is very different from game 1, where the Tybalt came down after the coma. The coma had already got a ton of value. Now the Tybalt's down first. And the coma begins to look not nearly as good. Even if Steno finds the land to cast it. There's another Iganjo. Will did go for the early -3 though on the Apparition, so gonna have to plus this Tybalt first before getting to 2- on the Coma, but does have the Brutal Cathar to kind of buy some time to get those pluses off. So the Cathar, even though Will knows about Vanquish the Horde in hand, I think it's probably still worth to go for the Cathar. Let's see what we get off the Tibble though. Fable is good. Otawara is just a land. Can't channel from the Tibble. So interesting next few turns here. Just gonna hook it. Seems fine to me. I mean, obviously, you're tempted to try and set up some kind of board where you can actually get a minus off on the Coma, but it's risky. When you've got such a clean answer and just using the meat hook here, it would be so greedy not to meat hook here. And now Steno is just in a world of trouble. There's a Tibble in play that can't be removed. You've got 2 board wipes and there's not even any creatures in play. It's a horrible situation. Does top deck Legion Angel, which is not bad. It's just kind of a durdly flying creature, you know? It's not well, it's not bad, it's not that good either. It doesn't match up to a Tibble, that's for sure. Or an Elspeth for that matter. You've got a Fable, you've got an Underdog, you've got a land. Goes for Fable. And a second Fable. And this game is just getting out of control way too fast. Finally, Steno can use one of their board wipes. It just removes 2 tutus, man. What about the 2 Fables and the 2 Planeswalkers? And the Meat Hook Massacre? And the Celestis? What are we doing about that? Well, there's a Besayu at least. That can do something. And we see Mardu Pyle take game 3. The Bant deck just never got off the ground there at all in game 3, so congratulations to Will. It's a good win. Alright, we're in. We have got Ski versus Stavonja. Another Esper versus this kind of, is it Bombardment deck? We see Cleanse and Wildfire there. Arcane Bombardment that I actually tried out for the first time yesterday, and it was very fun. I was playing the Grixis version. Here's the Wildfire. Where's your basics, man? You've got 1 basic. Uh-oh. But Bombardment is a 6 mana enchantment. There's Cleanse and Wildfire. And it's, again, and it's open deck lists, so Ski knows that there's only 1 basic. They can just fire it off again, or just use the field instead, and this game is over. This game is over. We're done here. That land is dead. You get an untapped land here, you Wildfire. Oh my god. Okay. We go to sideboard. Good games. Alright. What I was saying before I was rudely interrupted by 4 land destruction spells was Arcane Bombardment. It's a 6 mana enchantment, and the first time you cast an instant or sorcery each turn, you exile at random an instant or sorcery from your graveyard. That spell goes under the Arcane Bombardment, and you can then cast that spell for free. The next time you cast an instant or sorcery speed spell on a following turn, a second spell at random goes underneath it, and you get to cast both of those spells for free, the first one and the second one. So it just it stacks and stacks and stacks. It's super cool. Cleansing Wildfire, that's a pretty good card to put under your Bombardment, right? Every time you cast an instant or sorcery for the first time each turn, you get to destroy a land. Big Score's a nice one to have under there. Prismari Command's a nice one to have under there. Prismari Command can actually, at some point, once you've got a bunch of cards under the Bombardment, you can start just pinging face with the 2 damage from your Bombardment. Burn Down the House is a good one to have under there. If you get, every time you cast an instant or sorcery, you can either clear the board or make 3 attackers. It's pretty good. I was very impressed with the Bombardment. I was never too happy with my version of the deck. I needed a bit more time to work on it, but it looks like Ski here has went for an Izzet version, really heavy on like the wildfires and the removal spells. So very interested to see how this does, because I have a little bit of hope for the Bombardment. I think it's pretty good. Also with Liar too. So Liar and Bombardment, I mean, in theory they have a little bit of anti-synergy if you're like eating out all your spells with Liar, leaving yourself nothing left for your Bombardment to put underneath itself. But I mean, in reality, you're playing an Izzet spells deck, you're not going to run out of stuff. Now, after sideboard, this deck will become a bit worse because Graveyard Hate is good, enchantment removal is good, but the problem is, these 3 color decks, they only have 1 basic. We saw Will last round, 2 basics. At some point, these Field of Ruins and Wildfires are just going to have no downside. And it doesn't take long against these decks. Even if you're playing against like a 1 or a 2 color deck that has more basics in them, you can still use these land destruction effects on their many creature lands, because those 1 and 2 color decks end up playing more creature lands because they can afford to, right? It's a very cool deck. Bit of a slower start this time, but still, got a removal spell for the Aspirant. You've got a Field of Ruin and a Cleansing Wildfire. We know that Stevunja's only playing 1 basic, so it's no joke. This land destruction can eat you real fast. So Stevunja got no choice really other than to just play threat after threat after threat that are forced to be dealt with, to not give Ski even a little bit of a window to start this land destruction going. And importantly for Stevunja, don't draw your basic. You need that in the deck. There's the Bombardment. We've got Iteration, but the Ward 1 on Rafine, pretty good here. Just going for starting it off. But Rafine, of course, a very, very good creature for helping you find lands if someone's trying to destroy all your lands. Kaito, also very good, but we saw the blue land get destroyed. No blue land. Going for the Blitz, okay. Now we'll see if Ski can actually keep up with this, because this Rafine is going to snowball. It's got to be removed at some point, but it doesn't really remove big creatures that well. I mean, most of the removal is red based. It's damage based stuff. There's a few Fading Hopes in the sideboard for Ski. That's a good way, and there was 2 more in the main deck, so you at least have access to those. Ski, of course, just with a essentially unbeatable late game in this matchup, because every land will be destroyed. It's just whether or not they can survive long enough. Game 1, it was easy. I mean, they were on the play, they just went for it straight away. Stevonja could never get on the board. Game 2 here. Not only is this Rafine already huge, it's only going to get bigger. And the underdog is super good for Stevonja. I mean, you get to blitz in for 3, plus it gives you another connive trigger. You can find your lands more easily. Looks like we're not going to go for the underdog this turn. It's going to be Rafine and probably Kaito. And this Rafine is already just way out of hand. There's big score, negate, or an island. That doesn't do anything. So, too slow on the draw there for Ski. Way too slow. Looks like they had sideboarded into only one Fade and Hope. Immediately brought a second one back in after dying to that Rafine. Tempted by the Auric comes in. That's pretty nice. That's a good way to deal with Rafine. Let your opponent grow it and then steal it. The game should play out much differently when Ski's on the play. Because they can start getting rid of these lands before the Rafine comes down, or any of the other snowballing threats. Apart from Esper. Look at Stevonja's hand. It's too slow, man. Ski 2 mountains only. Let's have a wildfire to draw though. Big score can draw in the future. You've got 2 pretty good removal spells there. Fade and Hope can bounce anything, and then Rebuke. Rebuke will be big enough to remove most creatures in this Esper deck. Stevonja Cape. Very interesting. No blue, but another wildfire, and now that's the last basic is in play. Alright. Land destruction begins, and the blue source. Wow. There's a Field of Ruin. Oh no. Oh no. I've seen this game before. There's Hermit, you can Field of Ruin the blue source, so you can also Spike Field the Hermit too. And Stevonja's down to 1 land in play, 1 land in hand. And I mean, Ski is at 4 mana. Ski is about to just go off with big score and Liar. Rafine's, I mean, every time Stevonja draws a land, it's just so good for them. Liar with 2 Cleansing Wildfire in the graveyard too, to be recast. There is a verse for Stevonja, and verse mana just. But Stevonja needs an untapped blue here. They need Kaito down. Kaito has to get in play. Because got to be able to dig much more than normal for lands than you would in a normal game of Magic. The Kaito does not come down. And here we go. That's a Liar with a Cleansing Wildfire and a treasure left over to protect it with the Fade and Hope. And this is bad. This is real bad. Okay, a third land for Stevunja. At least the treasures are getting used, so Ski needs an untapped land to go Liar Wildfire again. Okay, we've got a bit of a window for Stevunja here. Just drew so many lands and it's so good. Might be able to build something resembling a board here. Maybe. Do we get off the Deluge? Flame Blessed Bolt. Super good against the underdog. Second Liar you just don't need. There's still a second Fading Hope in the graveyard to protect this one you've already got. So if you flash back the Wildfire and remove, say, the Swamp, it's pretty good because you've got Celestus for any colour of mana here, so you can hold up the Fading Hope and the Flame Blessed Bolt. Fading Hope to protect your Liar, the Bolt to remove the underdog. Well, I guess you get to hold up either or. There's another Deluge. Stevunja down to 2 lands again. There's a third land. And they could attack with both here. Both creatures give up the underdog. That gets them a draw off the wedding announcement. 2 draws. It's got to be worth it, right? I mean, you've got to fight somehow. But there you go. And that's the benefit of being able to hold up both the Hope and the Bolt with one card. With one land. Mana source, I guess. There is a Field of Ruin. But every blue and black source is just getting removed. This is crazy. I'll be shocked if we don't see a Field of Ruin on that blue source. We do it. Now the question is, can Ski remove enough of these little creatures to prevent Stevunja getting a draw again? We've got to remove 2. Which obviously you can do, but can you do that while protecting the Leer? Yes, you can. You can remove 1 with Rebuke, 1 with Spikefield Hazard, or just use the Smashing. You can use the Smashing. There's only 1 creature attacking. And you've still got your Fading Hope up here. Can Stevunja draw another land? Nope. And that's it. Party over. Land destruction is back, baby. All Ski has to do is stop Stevunja getting wedding announcement draws. And this game is impossible to lose. That is an Arcane Bombardment. No Wildfire's able to go underneath the Bombardment at the moment, though, because of Liar exiling them. But trust me, you don't need a Wildfire underneath it. Memory Deluge seems awful, though. That's like the worst hit possible. So now every time Ski casts a spell, they can cast a Memory Deluge for 0. Which is not... not that good. There are better hits in the deck, for sure. But that is a cleansing Wildfire, my god. Okay. And this is the good thing about Bombardment. you can activate it both on your turn and on the opponent's turn. So the amount of spells that are under the bombardment grows very, very quickly and out of control. And Stevundra just can't do anything. They're about to lose their last 2 lands. Enjoy. Let's just sit back and enjoy. Not only do they have no lands, Ski has a Lyre in play and an Arcane Bombardment. You know, just casting like 4 spells for free every time they cast a spell. It's no big deal. And this, it's not a board state you see in a tournament too often, I've got to say. This is a first for me. Taking Mana Screw to a whole new level. Okay, dude. Yeah. GG's. Okay. Alright, chat. You're gonna have to prepare yourself because, let me tell you, in the days to come, on the arena ladder, some of your opponents are going to be playing this deck. I guarantee you. Alright, we'll be back soon for the next match. My god. Hello, and welcome back. Alright, we're ready to get started in this next round. I think they're just about to begin. Here we go. There's been a little bit of a bug today with getting players into matches in the client, so match should be started soon. But we're going to have Scotty again, Ski, on his Is It Land Destruction pile versus Esper midrange, which is another deck with 1 basic, so I mean, we might see something similar again. This is Scotty Nada versus Elliot Dragon, or Hagera, you might know him as. So a cool matchup. Let's see what's going on. Cue up, Elliot. Let's go. So Scotty really getting all the 3-color mid-range piles with only 1 basic here. Can he do it again? I see a wildfire, but only 1 land. Main deck Duress looking pretty nice in this matchup though. Okay, Mullen to 2 lands, but both tapped, both hazards. Not too great. And Elliot's hand, I mean, it's pretty good, right? Got your Duress. You've got 3 lands. Honestly, you'd like to have like 4 or 5 probably, but 3 is fine. Importantly, you've got the Raffine. So the Raffine, if you can get it into play, 1, it's pretty difficult for Izzet to remove. They've got 2 Thunder and Rebukes. I mean, it's something. But 2, the Raffine can find you lands if you're losing yours, or spells if you're not, right? So the Raffine will really help curate the hand for Elliot, depending on what kind of side of Ski's deck he's facing here. Obviously, you can do that with Raffine in every matchup, but it seems especially important in this one. It's because the ramp side into just Liar recast everything is a very different playstyle to the land destruction side of Ski's deck. So Raffine really helps with battling both sides of those. That's why it's such a good card. Probably see Duress here, I imagine. You could take Hazard, which is most likely going to be placed as a land against your hand. Or you can just take the Abrade. The Abrade doesn't really do that much though. I guess it's going to remove your Wandering Emperor if you go for a minus, but you can easily curve Rafine into Wanderer Plus. Totally fine. And when you remember that Abrade can't even target Planeswalkers, then I guess it doesn't matter at all, does it? So this Abrade is just useless. I'll be shocked if we don't just slam Rafine, it's the only play. And this is already, it's looking quite different to the previous match we saw with Ski, even though they're up against a very similar deck. Without that early land destruction, it looks pretty hard. I mean, even in the previous match in Game 2, when Ski didn't have that, and his previous opponent got the Rafine down, he actually lost that game. Won the match 2-1 in the end, but these are the type of losses that he can have. You could just cast the Liar and try and have it survive a turn. Then you can start going off a little bit. But there's also an option of passing, and then Celestis will go to Knight, and you'll get a redraw here. Nothing looking too great though. I mean, either way, it's scuffed. Activating the Celestis, huh? That's a little weird. Could have went to Knight just by passing, really. I'm especially surprised to see them play the Otawara first before using the Celestis. I mean, if you're going to go to Knight, you should do it first, right? Because you might get a tap land, and you can just put that tap land down last turn. Burn down the house can threaten to remove Rafine, but this is the power of the Wandering Emperor. If this burn down the house comes down to deal 5, you can play the Emperor and plus on the Rafine. You'll lose the Emperor, but this Rafine is by far and away your best card in this matchup. As we spoke about earlier, just curating the hand more than anything. Iteration. We do see an Interceptor for Elliot. You could bounce the Iteration, it would just get recast. There would still be 1 mana left over, possibly 2, to cast any spells that were found. Bolt in 2 lands does not do much. Does not do much at all. So Elliot's got this Rafine threat in play, and then just such good backup with the Emperors and the Interceptors. I mean, it's looking tough for Ski to resolve anything relevant. And that you'll be dead very soon. Does not take many Rafine attacks. Okay. Go for a minus on the Emperor, so at least Bolt is decent. Doesn't go for the Bolt, so hoping to see... Ski's hoping that Elliot will attack and then go for the connive counters on the token, and then everything dies to the burn down the house. That doesn't happen. Meathook, Vandal, Kaito. Alright, got to discard 2 cards here. Gonna keep the land for sure. Meathook discard seems fine. You've still got Interceptor and Fairy Vandal as flash threats here if you want them. Tokens continuing to get made. There's your first Cleansing Wildfire, but it is way too late already. That's just GG. Burn down the house, even if it resolves, doesn't really do anything, and we know it's not going to resolve because Elliot had an interceptor ready to go. Okay. A nice, fast, clean win. I mean, that is exactly what Esper needs to get anywhere in this matchup. Early Raffine and no early land destruction. As long as both of those things go the Esper player's way, they stand a chance at least. We should see Ski sideboarding pretty similarly to how they did in the last match. Elliot's deck is a little bit bigger than the previous Esper players was. But not by too much. Two Verse, two Interceptor. Looking for ways that Bombardment can be removed. Guess Duress can get rid of it. Negate can counter it. Got a few answers. 4 Interceptors to bounce it. These Duresses are going to be so important. Probably Elliot wishing he had a bit more discard here. Maybe something like a Go Blank. It just doesn't have it available, sadly. Both players really tanking the sideboard. It's, to be honest, it's a tough deck for each player to sideboard against. Like Elliot's deck starts early and does go quite big. So making sure you've got the right mix when you're the control deck, it's not easy. The power of these mid-range piles, while maintaining your kind of pseudo go over the top land destruction plan. It's hard. Alright. Game 2. Got a bunch of removal. We do see a Verse and 2 Raffines. And a Kaito. I mean, Raffine into Kaito, that has to be a keep for Elliot. That's his 2 best cards. Also, it doesn't have the basic in hand. No duress, though. Unfortunately. Alright, got a Wildfire and a Field of Ruin. Uh-oh. Here it comes. Third land to activate the field. Remember, only one basic land in Elliot's deck. Wildfire's coming down. Field's coming in next turn. And if this field goes off, there's still a deserted beach in Elliot's hand, but it's coming in tapped next turn. He needs to draw some lands ASAP. We've seen this before. It's a duress. Gotta take iteration, right? Iteration could find another wildfire, and will almost certainly find the lands that Ski needs too. Of course, if you take iteration and Ski top decks an untapped blue, that's just the pill you've got to take, right? No untapped blue though. And Ski did fetch a mountain from the Field of Ruin, so could have got an island. Alright. Elliot's hanging on. Just, but not really. It's looking like he will have a window to get Raffine down, which needs any untapped land. These 6-mana wardens are looking awful though, my goodness. I've got to say, I'm a little bit surprised to not see Elliot sideboard those out. I mean, yeah, they provide a lot of value, but... Interesting choice by Scotty to play the Lyra, expose it to the verse even though the mana's available. Because now... I mean, now he's in a bit of trouble, really. I guess if... Yeah, gotta play the Kaito. Kaito is gonna die, though. Rafine would have died either way, anyway. You could Voltage Surge and a Braid. Pay the 2 taxes. He needs a land or... Wildfire's not bad. You get to take the white, so you take them off Rafine for now. Kaito is going to be so good at helping find the lands, though. Plus, we need a white source. No white. But at least it's a card you can cast. So Ski can put both of these removal spells into the Kaito, and then untap into a Deluge. Wow. Chooses to remove the creature. There's a liar. Alright. Liar, take the blue. What a top deck. What a top deck. Now Elliot needs white and blue to get this Rafine down. Oof. Interceptor. Thirst. Thirst doesn't do it. So now... Oh yeah, I made the Abrade mistake again earlier in this game, huh? Abrade cannot target Planeswalker's brain. Wake up. There's the Arcane Bombardment. Can't get it down yet, but... Oof. I think you just take big score into hand and then just cast the iteration, I guess? Ah, interesting choice. Could have cast that iteration from exile, and you would still be able to hold up this Fading Hope. Even if somehow Elliot has like untapped white source into another verse. Wow. Which is exactly what he gets. That was a bit crazy. So you've got the Fate and Hope up here, but you would have had the Fate and Hope up either way. This Kaito's got to go, man. Once this Kaito is removed, the game is basically over. I keep forgetting that a Braid can't target Planeswalkers, man. I'm so used to every red spell removing Planeswalkers now. I've been living that strangle life. Rebuke. Now, there's one, the very one we're talking of. Which seems pretty good here. Remove a land. Remove the Kaito. Seems good. Okay. Can Elliot do something with one land? I'm beginning to doubt it. So you can go Bombardment, probably just hit face with the hazard. See what goes under the Bombardment here. A Braid, pretty worthless. Alright, found a land. Remove the land, please. It's so insane, man. It is so insane. Deluge, put something else under the Bombardment. Iteration, alright, so the first instant or sorcery you cast each turn gives you a free iteration, that's pretty good. Tempted by the Auric, just in case by some miracle Elliot ever gets to resolve anything. Scotty was really looking for some sort of instant that he could cast on Elliot's turn there. Got Voltage Surge, of course, but it's got no target at the moment. Alright, I think it's time to make some tokens, no? Make some tokens, take your free iteration. Take your 2 free iterations. Field of Ruin. Yep, good card. We'll have that one, please. Alright. Accidentally took the coast there. Still... Alright, yeah, we can just cast the big score, so at least there's something here to activate the Bombardment on the next turn. This is absolutely crazy. Okay, goes for Celestis instead. Do we get a land? Nope. Alright, 1 token down, easy. In response, I cast 2 iterations and a Fading Hope. Okay, go again. We're just looking for a wildfire to finish off that last swamp. Can't find these wildfires, man. Where are they? There we go, there's one. Get that wildfire cast, get it in the graveyard, and hopefully get it under the Bombardment. Okay. So, it's 11 mana and a Celestis versus no mana. It's a close one. Imagine casting Liar and not even holding up mana for Fade and Hope against the 0 mana opponent. Alright, I'm going to call that GG and say see you in game 3. That was more like it. Alright, Scotty, what you got for us in game 3 here? Okay, so Elliot on the play in game 3, I mean, he does have a deck here that can interact okay with what Scotty's doing. Duress, really good. Rafine, really good. Kaito, really good. These Sanctuary Wardens, though, man, they've got to go. Disneyland thinking you're ever getting those in play. Go for what, though, is the question, really, huh? I mean, everything, everything in the sideboard is kind of Disneyland too. There's just nothing good. So, I said Elliot has like a good deck against what's going on. Not I wouldn't say a good deck, but there are some good cards. Let's see some Duresses. Let's see some Raffines. Let's see some good lands. Some sort of aggressive start. Negate? I mean, you've got 5 lands you keep. Oof. Interesting hand. Removal, Iteration, Wildfire, Ramp, and a Bombardment, but what's going on with these lands, dude? Field of Ruin and an island? That's no good. But I can tell you exactly what's going through Scotty's mind at the moment. And that is, but what if I draw a mountain, you know? What if, imagine I drew a mountain, this would be so good. And he's fell for the trap. Uh-oh. But surely there's a mountain on top of the deck here, right? I mean, it's not perfect. It's not perfect at all. Elliot is rolling already. Kaito's down. Underdog's down. Lands are both in play and in hand. Uh-oh. It's looking like it's maybe already a bit out of control for Ski here. What can you do? You can do Celestis Surge. You can do just Wildfire, just Field. I guess with Celestis Surge, can maybe set up for a Field of Ruin and a Wildfire next turn. Alright, we've got a game on here. I think Elliot might have made it over that like initial hurdle, though. The Negate's looking good. The Emperor's looking good. 3 lands in play, 3 lands in hand. The Elspeth's a bit ambitious, but might just get there. Kaito's rolling. I would go for a plus on Kaito and just get rid of this Elspeth probably, but minus is fine too. Getting to hold up Negate or Emperor is really nice though. Alright, a second field. Okay, so now you've got 2 fields and a Wildfire. So of these 3 land destruction spells, one is going to find the only basic in Elliot's deck. The other 2 are just going to remove lands. We know there's a negate in Elliot's hand, but obviously Scotty doesn't know that. So maybe Scotty's got a bit of a chance here, as long as he can avoid just casting this big score into the negate. Which is it's quite tough to avoid doing that. Because it's looking quite juicy here, right? From Scotty's point of view. Looking pretty juicy. You could go for like a Shatter Skull Smashing, X equals 3. Target the token in the Kaito. I mean, that kind of gets blown out by both the Negate and the Emperor, though. Emperor could come in with a plus on the token. At least the Kaito would die in that situation, but that seems a bit too slow to me. So we see Field of Ruin. And then I imagine we're going to see either Wildfire or the other Field of Ruin. Could go for the Iteration though. iteration might help you find, like, you've got to expect that this is either an interceptor. You know that Elliot plays 4 interceptors, it's open deck list. You've got to expect it's either an interceptor or an emperor, and then there's a small chance it could be negate too. Going after the white source is sensible. The problem with this line is you do give Elliot a window to, even though you're destroying the lands, Elliot can still get this Wandering Emperor down. And now, I'm not sure how you deal with these 2 Planeswalkers, man. Like, the land destruction is going, sure. Elliot, really painful, like, no untapped blue mana here. So actually can't make any use out of their negate, which could be huge for this game. There's still this Shatter Skull smashing. So this turn's going to be a big window for Scotty to try and get rid of as much stuff as possible while he's got this turn where there's no blue mana available. Unless you plus your Kaito into a blue. That's pretty good. Alright, now it's bad. Now it's real bad. 7 damage on the board, Emperor, Kaito, negate up. Still got lands in hand available to be used. Land destruction not super good. And just not really got a way to... So how much mana can you have next turn? You can have 3, 4, 5, 6. You could have 7. Okay, so there's a chance here. As long as Elliot doesn't draw another untapped blue land, you can take this Burn Down the House into hand. This lets you play around the negate. Yeah, there's a chance. We can get rid of this blue mana. The other blue mana available to Elliot at the moment would come in tapped if he needed it. Like, there's 7 damage on board. You can take... Elliot can put another 1 power on one of the creatures, go up to 8, and then can also blitz the underdog, maybe. That's 11 damage. You would go to 3 and you would actually be dead to an underdog attack, so... Yeah, I think this is a forced Field of Ruin. And then you can get your Wildfire off. You've got to prevent the blitz underdog the turn after you do the Burn Down the House. And this is a really good turn by Scotty. I think it's going to be enough to keep him alive. That was a perfect turn. Now negate's not available. And there's not enough damage for 1 blitz underdog to kill Scotty on the turn after he uses the Burn Down the House. It's perfect. Yeah, I think it's been the hall. We don't need the hall at all. The smashing's going to have to be most likely used as a removal spell rather than a land. And then you just want untapped lands, I think. So I agree with getting rid of the hall. Negate not available for Elliot here. And it's game deciding. It's Burn Down the House is coming down. Elliot will be able to bolt in the Amiria's Call and can blitz. But it only... Well, not even... It doesn't even put him down to 5. Because Scotty will be going back to daytime here, back up to 9, so it'll put him back down to 6, so that's not even worth it, but at least the Amiria's Call lets you hold up Interceptor, I guess? Just about. Well navigated by Scotty. The Blitz underdogs that were such a huge threat for the turn after the Burn Down the House are now just not a threat whatsoever. In fact, they're actively bad. It's not an unplayable situation for Elliot, though. There are still 4 lands in play. He can play his deck. Two blue sources, 2 black sources, 1 white source available. With a second white in hand. I think you can just go. You can go Field of Ruin. We've got 6 mana left. At this point, if you're Scotty, I think you want to use the spells can't be countered part of Liar, right? So you've got to get Liar down soon. Because Negate is one of the only cards that is doing anything for Elliot at the moment. Might be worth to play it this turn. You don't have to play it this turn though. You've got a lot of mana available. 8. Could hold it till next turn. I guess there's no Fading Hope, so there's no way to protect the Liar anyway, so could be worth it regardless. Alright, I mean, Elliot's still got lands available here, but just nothing good to use. A bunch of reactive cards, but there's nothing to react to. The damage has already been done. You've missed your window to react at this point. There's Wildfire. And it's looking like Scotty has squeezed out another win with this land destruction deck. There's a Wildfire from Liar. There's one from hand, and then you cast a second one from Liar as well. And this is just horrible. Say bye-bye to all your lands now. Gonna lose another 2 here, gonna be left with only 2 black sources. There are 2 lands in hand. But there's a worthless negate, which isn't very good. And there's even a Fading Hope to protect your Liar. Wow. Otawara can protect Liar too. And I suspect we'll probably see Arcane Bombardment come down next turn. Iteration. I mean, to be honest, Scotty doesn't even need the Arcane Bombardment, really. But it's cool though, isn't it? It's cool. It's a cool card. Get it on the board. Let's go. Ah, just okay, fine. Let's just make some tokens and attack, sure. What a just a horrific game for Elliot, huh? you you would not want to be on Elliot's side of the board for this game. I actually think he's played the game very well too, but it's just a hopeless endeavor. You can't. What can you? You can't do anything. The only time we've seen these Esper decks beat this Is It deck has been with either a turn 3 Rafine or Kaito. I mean, it makes sense, right? That's the only way they can win. Those are the two cards in the deck that filter the draws. And at this point, yeah, I mean, Elliot's made it back up to 4 mana, but just what are you going to do? Good games. And Scotty takes another dub against these Esper mid-range 1 basic Greedlord piles. And I suspect we're going to be saying that a lot this weekend. Scotty's going to the moon. Alright, we'll be back soon, guys. Alright, guys, we're back in. Round 6. We've got Holy Diva against Gifler here. Holy Diva on, as we said, the mono green deck. Very similar, or maybe exactly the same as Rinse that we saw earlier with the Jugans. Kind of more grindy mono green, if anything. And then Gifler on Esper midrange. Classic Rafine, Kaito, gets your lands destroyed pile. A little bit better of a matchup here, I would say, for the Esper player than as against mono green than against the Is It control deck, but we'll see how the Esper deck can do in a normal game of Magic. Not a very good start though. Kaito on an empty board, not great. Pack leader gets to survive. Jugin's coming down. Thing is, it's an interesting choice for Diva though. If she goes for the Jugin, which I expect her to do, only got a tap land in hand with a bunch of 4-drops, so if this token gets removed, it could set her back a lot, but I mean, it's if we look at Gifler's hand, it's tough for them to justify removing this token. They would have to meat hook their own token, which sounds not very good, because you've got to try and protect your Kaito from this pack leader. The problem is, if you let both creatures survive, then the Jugin's going to put 2 counters on. Then you've got a 4-4 and a 2-2. And you're swinging for 6 and you're getting to draw a card off the pack leader. Underdog pass. Now that is a strange turn. So Diva with 5 mana available if she doesn't attack with a token. 4 if she does. Got some choices. Jugan and Florahedron. Seems bad because you give up a pack leader draw. You can go very fast with the Oddity. Could play the Chariot. Chariot walks into meat hook a little bit, but I mean it's fine, right? You can just build the board again next turn and then get an attack off with the Chariot. Gifler just with not much going on. I mean, a Kaito in play, pretty good. Meat hook in hand, pretty good. But nothing too great though. You can Rafine attack with a token, maybe get it up to a 2-2. But again, it's not really stopping this green onslaught here. The pack leader, thanks to the Jugan counter, just out of range of meat hook here. Very, important. We are going to see Rafine. Hopefully draw something like a verse. No, looks like no attacks. Found a Vandal, that's something to spend your mana on at least, but it's not much, is it? A huge attack for Diva coming in next turn. While getting to draw another card, while the Jugan flips over. Very, very strong. It's another Chariot. Only tap lands in hand, but it's okay. I don't think there's any reason to not play something pre-combat here. And then you can use that to crew your Chariot, get in for more attacks. But play what though is the question. You can play Mammoth, put one counter on it. You can play another Jugan, put a counter on it. Oddity is obviously fine. Remember, Diva sees 2 open mana for Gifler, so she's got to consider, like, that's... I mean, it's essentially either a Vandal or a Verse or nothing. I don't think you really want to be giving your Oddity away to a Verse. Just getting the second Jugan rolling seems good to me. You get the 1/1 token here, pump it up to 2, you can tap the 2 summoning sickness creatures. And get in for, what's that, 12 damage? That's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage to be attacking with while drawing a card anyway. These Jugans are just looking so good. Another 2 counters coming in next turn as well from the second Jugan. Another land's been put down so you can spend more mana on the free counters. Well, I say free. Not really free, but you know what I mean. The Chariot goes face, the other 3 into Kaito. I mean, Gifler can keep the Kaito alive if they want, but costs a lot, right? You lose your token. Eva goes for a cat rather than the mana dork token. Seems fine. Draws an untapped land, which is really good. All untapped lands are good when you've got able to spend it all every turn because of the Jugan. Here comes the Vando. I mean, the Vando will be able to attack and get some counters, and you can draw off the Kaito, but it's really not that good. You're going to have to put the counters on the Rafine so it survives the meat hook, but just so much gas in Diva's hand that she should be able to refill very quickly after this. The Esper player is going to gain a hell of a lot of life though. 6 life. Rafine getting to survive is big, but just so much action. Unfortunately for Diva, she can only actually cast 1 spell this turn. Which is pretty crazy given that such a full hand and 6 lands, but at least next turn. Next turn can double spell with a 4 and a 3, or maybe the Jugan flips and survives and you can just play one big oddity. 7/7 Trample Haster, maybe? Gotta kill Kaito, I think. You want to go face so bad, but that Kaito's got to go. You know you're facing down like one Rafine, 3 cards, and a top deck, and you're looking at your hand, you're looking at the Jugen flipping. You've got to think if you're playing mono green here that these cards can be enough to close this game. So just taking the opponent off of card draw seems pretty good. Thirst is a good card, but not that great here, really. The Interceptor is going to be quite nice against the Oddity, but Diva will still be able to get the Mammoth down at least. And Gifler probably going to have to discard the Thirst, I imagine, depending on what they draw. Could discard the land, of course, but the Thirst is just really not that good in this spot. Such a good card normally, but using it on 1 token from a Chariot doesn't feel so good. We'll have a lot of mana next turn though, so could maybe consider like paying the kicker cost. You'd still have 3, maybe 4 mana left over. We do see the Oddity. There's the Interceptor. Interceptor pretty good here. Finds another Kaito, which is very nice. You can actually go for the kicked Bloodchief's Thirst and the Kaito next turn, which is very good. Yet another Chariot attack though. These Chariot attacks are beginning to add up. Full Smark. Another token. This time as a 4/4. Jugen has been so impressive in these matches so far. I think it's fine to cash in your lifelink here with your Interceptor. I think given that Diva held up 1 mana when she could have spent it all, makes it pretty obvious that there's some sort of protection spells, so I think the double block is good there. If Diva uses the protection spell to protect Chariot in that combat, then you can untap with your Thirst and you can actually get to remove something like the Jugen. And if she doesn't use the spell to protect the Chariot, then cool, sure, the Chariot is dead and you've gained 3 life. It's very fine. Here comes a kicked Null Priest of Oblivion. You don't see that every day. But it looks like Diva's going to get to untap again with this Remnant in play. Which is so insane, right? Like, normally Mono Green would have to play like Chariot and Mammoth next turn, or Oddity and Mammoth. You've got to get some power on the board, but this Jugen's just letting Diva play only 1 card a turn. And Mono Green is gaining card advantage over Esper midrange. Solely because of the Jugen. There is still a Rafine on board though. There's a Workshop Warchief. Any creature with trample on it seems pretty good when you've got a Zhigan going. Any creature with trample and haste on it seems even better though. Possible 7/7 trample haste. I mean, you've gotta go for the oddity, surely. And look at the size of this board, and Dave's still got three like real threats in hand too. You attack all, so Giffler's essentially on what, 20? With the two lifelink and blockers, so attack all seems pretty bad. And if you're not attacking all, you're not attacking with the Zhugan. So oddity, 4/4, and you can probably attack with all the 2/2s. Just hold back only the Zhugan. No, gives it up, huh? That might be costly. That may be costly. Back to 10. That attack just didn't really achieve too much, I don't think. I mean, your hand's still good. But it looks a little worse when there's no Zhugan in play, right? Obviously, Giffler's hand is just terrible, though. I'm surprised. I think that was a mistake playing the land. Down to 8. Down to 6. What? Needed to hit 3 spells there. 3 spells was lethal. Wow. Meat Hook Massacre. What a card. My god. That was close. Right. Mono green. Squeezed out the win there. Yeah, so we can see the Vivians that we... Well, we saw them in Rint's deck earlier. Never got a chance to actually see them in play. I've still not seen Vivian in play at all, even in any of my games, so I hope we get to see her. Esper's got Sanctuary Warden, more Interceptors, Lolth. Mono Green seems like it's quite a good pick for the tournament because, well, of course you want to sideboard removal in against Mono Green, but everyone's just playing Ray of Enfeeblement, which is, I mean, it's pretty useless against you, no? You want to target white creatures with that card. We see the Vivians go out, sadly. I think the Arbiter could be good against Mono Green. Decrease the power of the creatures. They're a bit slow, but very strong once they're in play. Esper deck just really getting punished by playing 4 Ray of Enfeeblements and no removal for any other colour of decks. Obviously expecting a bunch more mono white, or at least white based creature decks than the green ones. Which is fair. I mean, there's a lot of creatures in mono white, of course, but there's also a ton of creatures in runes where Ray has some targets. Esper Mirrors where Ray has some targets. And even more than that. Alright, so game 2. Esper on the play. 2 Thirsts, a Meathook, and a Rafine versus Pack Leader Mammoth Double Troll. That is a good hand. Even got the Blizzard Brawl. Only 2 snow sources right now, but still very decent. Alright, I mean, Diva just needs a couple of lands. Get these Trolls down, Chariot down, Invoke down, and hit face. Giffler with a choice between Thirst Pass, which feels real bad, but Pack Leader is scary. Or you can go into your Rafine or your Kaito. I think you probably just cast the Rafine, right? And cast the Rafine, you can threaten to attack next turn. Try and find that 4th land, and you can go into Kaito draw. You get a Connive one. And you've still got mana left over for the Thirst to remove the Pack Leader next turn. Seems pretty good to me. It's a bit awkward if you don't draw the 4th land, but you get, you get 3 looks at it. And to be honest, if there's no land in the top 3 cards of your deck, you're a bit screwed anyway. Wow. Played a black pathway, so now it actually can't cast Rafine. Oh no. Gifter could lose the game to that pathway choice. I got a verse at least, but still can't cast the Rafine. Goes Kaito. Kaito should at least help find that blue or white mana. Preferably white. You want the white for your second white for Emperor. Eva did find our 4th land, just needs 1 more for Invoke. Just the classic Pack Leader, Troll, Chariot curve. Alright, Giffler did draw a white. Saved. But this Rafine could have been in play on turn 3. This Rafine could have been a 2-5 into a... It could be a 4-7 by now. But instead it's just going to come down soon as a 1-4. It's not even coming down anytime soon because you've got to get these Verses and Emperors off now because you played so slowly that you've allowed Diva to build a big board. There is the 5th land off the top. Alright, Diva's running good. So she's got to be scared a little bit of the Interceptors. This deck for Giffler does have access to 4 Interceptors, and an Interceptor on your Invoke. Man, that's gonna hurt. So I wouldn't be surprised to actually see her not cast it. I think your board is strong enough here that just using what you've already got will be able to force Giffler to tap out at some point. And then you can just resolve that Invoke and go in. Diva just going for the dub though. Slams it. No Interceptor. Trample, swing it in. An attack for 12. Attack for 12 and copy a token. A 4-7 Rafine looks like it would be really good here. But instead it's a 1-4 in the hand. I think that I think that pathway just decides this game. It's crazy how much a small decision can matter, but there's 12 damage to face. Yep. Back up to 18, down to 6. You've got the Meathook. You've got a Verse. You've got a Kaito, you've got an Emperor, you've got stuff. But can you survive this onslaught? I mean, your Meathook It's just a meat hook for 2, right? It does nothing. Remove the token, you can verse the troll. You're still in trouble though. Deep trouble. You can verse the troll, you can maybe hold back the token to block the chariot. But you've got to expect that mono green can get another 4 power in play, and then use that 4 power to crew the chariot, so you've got to expect that you're taking 8 next turn. At least. And the Rafine gets discarded. And this is almost lethal. Not quite, but very close. So again, if you're in Diva's position, you're trying to play around Verses, you're trying to play around Fairy Vandals, Interceptors, Wanderers. These are the type of cards that are available with instant speed. Verse would be annoying here. Removes your troll, breaks your Blizzard Brawl. At least in response to the verse, you can crew the troll. Wow, no verse. Okay. Very interesting. Because now you're dead, right? I think. Seem pretty dead. It costs 3, Diva. It's not a black permanent. It's a blue ninja, right? It's not blue-black. Okay, so not quite dead, but... The ninja is jumping. Going down to 2 life. Still got the meat hook, but... I mean, to be fair, there's no creatures in Diva's hand, so... Need a land to kill the troll, though? No land. Okay. Well, that's a problem. That's a big problem. The meat hook can still come down, and you can just about go back to 5 life, but you're dead to any fit 4 power creature. Eva just needs something to crew this chariot. That is not it. Oh no. Oh no, Esper goes to 1. Can't play Lolth. But you can play Sanctuary Warden, which is a 5/5 flyer with a shield count, 2 shield counters on it. One, you can eat 1 shield counter to make a token and draw a card, but I've got to say, shield counters seem pretty good against mono green. Geffler with the GGs. So you can use Beatdown. Beatdown, I think, is just deal damage, so that would at least remove a counter. But you're still just, you need a 4 power creature. All you have to do to win the game is crew the chariot. without using the troll. It's close. I think you can afford to remove a counter here. But that's if beatdown works as I think it does. I've got to be honest, I've never used the card. Let me double check. Deal X damage to target creature or planeswalker where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. If it would die, exile it. Okay, yes, so you just deal 4 to the creature. I can't believe two massive bricks from Diva here. He had 2-turn window to win the game. Crazy. And this warden, it's just a little bit too big. So you can attack with a troll. Force a block, and you could like beat down the warden, remove one shield counter, the block would remove the other one. And then you've got enough mana to actually end step bring the troll back again. But it just doesn't achieve that much. Seems a lot better just to hold these removals for any creatures coming down in the future. That Wander is so good though, but it's kinda obvious, right? Like Gifler here had an opportunity to kick the Null Priest and they didn't. So that like the red flags are just going off here. Why would you not kick the Null Priest? Well, it's because you've got a Wandering Emperor, or an Interceptor, or another Verse. So, at least it's a ton of information. At least you're absolutely certain that they have one of those cards, rather than it's just been a possibility. So that's something, but I mean, if you're playing mono green, you've got to draw a goddamn creature at some point. Where are the creatures with power 4 or greater? Gifler has the Emperor. The Emperor can be killed by the beatdown, no matter what mode is used. So, paid off a little bit here from not like trading those beatdowns for the shield counters on the Sanctuary Warden. Lolth can come down soon. Yep. Menace attack with a lifelinker back up to 3. Unless you commit your other beatdown to keep them on exactly 1. You don't gain too much from keeping them on 1, right? You don't have lethal anymore if you use that. Whereas you might have lethal if you don't. Okay, so now there's a Lolth in play. There's this Warden with 2 shield counters, and there's another 4 toughness of blockers. So a creature here is still really good. That's a 1/1 token. Oh no. Oh my god, what a game. It's Brick City. Still got a removal spell, so can kill the Lolth, but you don't hate too much if the Lolth draws a card here. Back down to 2 life. Interceptor is a god draw though. Gifler was dead to a 4-power creature for 2 turns, and now they've just gummed up the board so much. This mono green deck does have a lot of trample in it, so might still find a way to get through. And the Sanctuary Warden really wants to be drawing cards, but you just can't. You're not safe enough yet to be attacking with the Warden. This Menace Lifelinker is getting some work done though. Back up to 5, which is a huge life total to be on against mono green. Much, much better to be on 5 than 4. Here's an underdog. Alright, not going to be blitzing that too often, I don't think. Decides to hold it because you can actually discard that underdog to the Interceptor Connive. It's pretty nice once you use the Connive. Another forest has been drawn. This Troll and Chariot have been in play for 4 turns now. And Diva has done nothing except play a 1/1 token. For 4 turns. That feels very bad. And I think the Esper player is now out of the woods. They've got a big enough board that they're going to die to no top decks. That's even if they didn't have the Interceptor, and having the Interceptor makes that a certainty. And I think the Warden can even start attacking now. So Diva gets in with the Troll. Alright, are you playing against green? Yep, okay, block with everything. That's not bad for Diva though. No, you don't attack the Warden. Could have killed everything and got rid of the counter. I mean, I guess it would put 3 loyalty on the Love, but... Okay, Sanctuary Warden, the big 5/5 flyer, still has a shield counter on it. But at least now Diva is able to make some sort of relevant token that she can maybe copy with the Chariot. I think he could have removed those 3 creatures, dealt 1 to the Warden to break the shield, and you could have used the beatdown on the Lolth there, maybe. That's interesting. Wow. We do see a blitz. That is aggressive, but I respect it. Really feeling like this Interceptor makes them completely safe. Swing in for 5 again. Okay, the Jugin's about to flip to stage 3, which is quite good. This Interceptor's going to be real annoying though. Back up to 5 because of the lifelink on the Null Priest. This Null Priest has gained so much life in the game. Alright, here comes the Troll. The Warden's down to 1 counter. Diva running out of time quickly though. A Mammoth? Doesn't seem like it's enough. It might let you get the beatdown off though, because when you cast the Mammoth, Gifler's got an Interceptor. They kind of have to use the Interceptor on the Mammoth, right? They can't let this Mammoth come down and have a bunch of counters on it. So I think that this is kind of a forced Interceptor. Wow, doesn't take it. Okay. So you can put up to 4 counters on this Mammoth. puts 0 counters on it? What? I mean, I can understand not spending all the mana, hold up your beatdown, but you could have put 1 counter on, right? Or even 2 if you wanted to tap your dark. You're in massive danger of dying on the swing back here. Dying up to the swing back, there's a hive, there's a meat hook. Such a hard game. And then when you consider that Giffler can just flash in the interceptor end of turn, if it gives them some lethal of some sort. Alright, so here's a decision. Is it 1 counter, is it 2 counters, or is it 5? I don't think it can be 5, sadly. Goes for 1, okay? You'd love to just make a massive trampler, but you need this removal spell badly. At least if Giffler flashes in the interceptor to try and go for lethal, that does give you a window to use your beatdown. And if they block with the Warden again, that's no counters on the Warden, no shield counters left, and this Mammoth is just big enough to kill that Warden. So it's all going to come down here to whether or not Giffler flashes in the interceptor. Just for the creature. I don't see it happening. It has to be now, because the Mammoth is about to go back to being a 3-3. If Giffler untaps, and then it won't be able to kill the Warden anyway. Okay. Dead pass. Disciplined gaming. So 4 loyalty and the Lolth can make up more tokens, can blitz. This is almost certainly lethal or close to it. You've got 2 menace creatures. So the Remnant of the Rising Star is going to have to block the Warden if it attacks. You can double block one of the menace creatures and block the underdog. Which means you're only really taking 2. Then you're taking 1 more from the underdog dying. 1 more from the whatever menace creature you block dying. That's 4. So you're only actually taking 4 damage here. If I'm counting correctly. The interceptor will bounce the bouncer beatdown. But I think Diva survives here with her 5/5 token available. And then she will be able to remove either the Warden or the interceptor, because that spell does go back to hand, or maybe even the Loth. So you're forced to block the Warden. And then the 5/5 pretty much has to block the underdog. And then you're taking 5? 2, 4, 5? You're going to 2? Giffler's going back up to 7, back up to 8. I mean, there's a chance here. There is hope. Emiria's Call and a bunch of lands. More spiders coming in, but those spiders can potentially be trampled over. Chariot, it's not quite enough. I mean, good, a really well played game by both players there. Very good use of resources, I would say. I think the one thing I would say is I think the game changed when Diva. Well, of course, the game changed when Diva drew like 3-4 lands in a row. Or not just lands, but not drawing a 4-power creature. But I think she did very well to still put up a fight under those circumstances. She got a lot out of the cards that she did have. I think if you play that game back and you go back to that spot where a 4-power creature is needed over 2 or 3 turns, I would expect Diva to win that game most of the time. But it wasn't quite enough there. But those bricks gave Giffler a window, and they used that window to close out the game extremely well. Got in with a ton of attacks with a lifelinker, was very patient with the interceptor, very patient with the warden. It was good. A bit of a slow hand for Diva, and only 6 minutes on the clock. And Giffler with just a great hand, man. 2-mana creature into a choice of Kaito or Rafine. Yeah, I think Mammoth first is good. If you go Mammoth into Chariot and then your Zhiggins, you might be able to end up with getting full value out of the 2 counters that Zhiggin can give. It only does a +1/+1 counter on up to 2 creatures. You can't put both on one, sadly. There's the classic Rafine connive into discard your underdog. We've seen that a lot today. So Tango Trap can remove Rafine, but I mean it's kind of expensive, isn't it? You don't want to be you don't want to be racing a Null Priest of Oblivion with a counter on it with just a Mammoth. But you also don't want to leave Rafine in play. Honestly, this already looks pretty bad. The lifelinker on 2 into Rafine pump the lifelinker is so strong. Yeah, Diva, I agree with that. You just cannot, you can't take off your full turn here just to remove the Rafine. There's no way that leads to a win. So again, a lot of options for Giffler. I think you've got to attack with both, right? Attack with both to get up to 2 connive counters. Any counter that you can put on this Null Priest is just one step closer to winning this game. Mono green is a good deck, but it cannot race a big lifelinker. I mean, you can double block with the cats, sure. But then, I mean, the Esper player can't even be upset with that. You've played a 2-mana creature, you've gained 3 life with it, then you've gained 5 life with it, you've gained 8 life total. And you've got to kill both of the cats from a chariot. You're not going to get much better for 2 mana than that. Eight life and 2 cat kills for 2. I'll take that all day. Instead goes for the counters on Rafine, which is interesting. So thinking if they can make Rafine big, they're going to win this game. Diva wants to block this creature so bad, but you just get absolutely smashed by a Wandering Emperor. Emperor +1. Oof. Doesn't fall for it. Got only 4 minutes left. Gifler only 9 minutes left. There's a safekeeping. That's pretty good, but I think really need some lands. But safekeeping is super nice when you know that your opponent's got a Wandering Emperor. Well, obviously, we know that Ginter's deck, it could be Interceptor, it could be Verse, but Diva should be able to know that it's Wandering Emperor given the Null Priest of Oblivion attack last turn. Oh, wow. Targets a Chariot. The safekeeping is insanely good here. A Tango Trap, looking pretty bad now though that the Rafine is out of range. Yeah. Feels bad, man. That is a 6 toughness flyer. You hate to see it. I mean, Zhugen is not a bad play though. You've got to get these Zhugens rolling before this game is not even going to last much longer. Got to get them on the board. Alright. Gifler's about to get both creatures out of range of Meathook. And then Meathook for 3 and dude. This game has to be. Meathook for 3 is insane here, and Diva just has no blocks. That's a 5/4 menace first strike. Lifelinker. You go back up to 22. You Meathook the board, you go back up to 27. You go to 27 against mono green and they've got no board. You've got a 3/6 Rafine, a 5/4 Lifelinker, a Wandering Emperor in play, a Meathook rolling. Your opponent's on 5? Crazy. Very, very impressive what the Esper deck did here. It was just a curve. Null Priest of Oblivion on 2, Rafine on 3, Emperor on 4, Meathook on 5, and the entire green board is gone. They're on 5 life and you're on 27. That was insane. Alright. And that is the end of round 6. Giffer goes on to 6-0. Diva goes down to 5-1. And we'll be back soon with round 7. Alright guys, welcome back. We're into round 7. We have Sir Hamilton on Jund, Big Jund midrange, all the way up to Titan, that we saw earlier when we were looking at the deck lists, against Alien playing Esper again. But Alien with apparitions and Sorens and stuff like that, so a little bit different to usual. But it'll be interesting to see if... So from my experience of playing Jund versus Esper, the Jund... It can get outground by Esper, but maybe the addition of these big top-end cards can change that a little bit. Just depends how fast they can get on the board. On the draw here, it's a bit awkward. Tapland on turn 2, can't get the underdog down. Really has to draw a land next turn for Fable now. Wedding announcement from Esper, which is a little bit slow, to be honest. Gives you a bit of time to start going with your Fable. Kaito follow-up, just so good, but the pathway was placed as white. This is the problem with the Apparition, huh? Apparition's a great card, but in these decks with a ton of pathways, yes, Alien was able to use their Apparition and it's fine, but they've taken themselves off being able to play Kaito as their Esper deck on the play, which it is an expensive cost. Now, for that cost you get a great card, Skyclave Apparition, but we've saw Esper a few times today and we've saw how good an early Kaito can be. So you cannot ignore that cost when like evaluating whether Skyclave should be in your deck or not. Sir Hamilton goes for Kicked Blood Chief Thirst? Really? Very interesting choice. With Meathook is available. Obnixilis obviously we can't really use there because it will just die to the tokens, but you do get to save your 2/2 token. So you are threatening to make another treasure next turn. Now, this is pretty sick. If you can get a block on your token from the Legion Angel, which will be a 5/4, then you can Meathook for 2. I think it's very likely that if you attack with the token, it's obvious what you've got. You're most likely going to see a block from the 2/2 token. But I mean, you're already kind of running out of time. I'm not sure you have too much of an option. Attacking with both. If you do manage to get a block with the 2/2 on the 2/2 from the Legion Angel, it might end up being worth it. But your 3/3 is very likely to die there, and actually, you lose a lot of the value of actually having the 3/3 in the first place. This game is just awful for the Jund player already. So far behind. So Esper with 6 mana, they can go Aspirant or Kaito. Or, sorry, Aspirant and Kaito, or Aspirant and Angel. That's just a concede, man. GG's. Okay, that was a fast game 1. We go to sideboarding. Esper bringing in their own Meathooks, bringing in some Duresses. The Archons are not bad. Jund brings in Shadow's Verdict, which is a nice clean answer to Rafine. Taking out some of this cheaper removal. Just going for the value cards and the board wipes. 2 Lolth, 1 Shadow's Verdict, 1 War Chief, 4 Chariot, 1 Sorin, 1 Titan. So a lot of options for top end. A lot of options for Esper too, though. Elspeth, Lolth, Sorin, Wanderer, Legion Angel. Only 1 Ray of Enfeeblement in the sideboard for Esper here, which is a little strange. And it looks like maybe 0 for Jund. We've seen a lot. Obviously, it's not, if you're playing Esper, it's not relevant against Jund, but it's an interesting choice. We've seen a lot of Esper players with the full 4 today. Alien only playing 1. I think you could consider Unleash the Inferno for Jund 2. You can remove a creature with that and maybe get a kill on the wedding announcement. The wedding announcement can be annoying. Those extra stats on the creatures, just they add up over the course of the game so much. Every single combat is more favourable. Okay, got a Duress for Sir Hamilton. Alien with a hand that doesn't have any of the like superpower Esper 3 drops. No Rafine, no Wedding Announcement, no Kaito, no Apparition. So a bit more manageable for Jund, but you don't love a hand that has as many chariots as lands. It's not that good. At least you're going to be able to cast them. We'll see if they're enough. And I mean, I guess 3 chariots is pretty good against 2 verses. Could be worse. And here you see a bit of the power of Esper over Jund. Esper with Verse in hand, which is a decent chariot removal. Jund with only able to play Infernal Grasp. So yeah, I mean, this underdog dies, but it's coming back later. Verse just so much better there. Get the exile off. Okay. I mean, if Jund can keep the pressure going. Drew a 5-drop, which is nice. Just need to find a land for it, though. Verse, again, kinda decent, though, against the War Chief, but I suspect that we'll see these verses come out before the War Chief comes down, so might be able to sneak this War Chief under the verse. And all of a sudden, these 3 chariots are looking pretty good. When you play a chariot, your opponent removes it, and you still get to keep those 2 cats. I mean, it's only 2/2/2 tokens, but dude, they add up, man. That's now 4 2/2 tokens. That's a second verse on the chariot again, and the 3rd chariot's coming down next turn. Even if we see a blue land here for Alien into Hermit hold up the activation, which we don't, but even if we did, then Sir Hamilton would be able to just play this War Chief down. And Sir Hamilton really getting paid off for this, like, big mid-range draw that they had. Ton of chariots, big 5-drop. Alien is trying to 1-for-1 them here. It's just not working out at all. They're down to a Hermit and a 2/3 Vandal, and there's still a ton of stuff to come from Sir Hamilton. Maybe the fact that the underdog was just removed with a Grasp and not a Verse, so not exiled, might come into play. Alright, I mean, if you're looking to come back as Esper, Rafine top deck's a good start. So you can attack here, ditch the Hermit, you get 2 counters on the Vandal. One from the Rafine and one from the Vandal's ability itself. Even finding another blocker is not too bad. This game still looks quite problematic, though. You can go for maybe go for a double block on this 3rd chariot with your Rafine and your underdog, but you're giving up your Rafine. They're still getting to make a token. There's another 3 life from the War Chief. This is a huge attack. Coming in for 12. So you take the double block and what you try and draw Meat Hook. Pathway ain't gonna do it. And the Infernal Grasp rather than the Verse was just about enough, it seems. Alright. Normally this Esper versus Jun game can go long, but there's two fast games. And we're going into game 3 already. See if they make any changes. Yeah, so Alien actually cut the wedding announcements. Taking out a Rafine. Oh, man. Don't know about that. I actually tried Esper with only 3 Rafines in it because it's legendary, but dude, after playing with it some more and after seeing it today, it is 4 of all day, baby. So good. Two Hermits, Aspirant, Apparition, Kaito. Versus Strangle, Harvester, Obnixilis, Fable, Meathook. The Juntan's looking pretty nice here. That Hermit is annoying though. That Hermit's going to be able to counter either the Fable or one of the Obnixilis. Alien wanted an untapped land there. Well, the problem for Alien is they can't... Sure, they've got this Hermit in play, but they needed an untapped land there. You cannot afford to pass this turn and just leave up the counterspell. It's too slow. If you do that, you may as well have just gone second. You've given up your go first advantage. So the Harvester cleanly kills the Aspirant. Alien with Kaito in hand and a window to put it into play, but without a creature it kinda sucks. I mean, you can Kaito, you can even consider plussing though. You've got Hermit and Underdog, which are good discard targets, and you really, like, you've just drawn an Elspeth, right? You want to get some lands in play now? You could easily see them make a token though. But I think there's a justification for a plus there. With both an Underdog and a Hermit in your hand. So Hamilton finally gets their Fable down. Here's another land. Not a blue source again, so the second Hermit. Still not really able to be used too well. We saw Alien snap off the Apparition on the Fable in game 1, so I expect to see that again. So Hamilton can remove Kaito with... Oh, they can use Shadow's Verdict. They could also just remove the Kaito by attacking with the Hive here and save the Verdict, but... A little bit slower, but you do get to keep a pretty major resource in your hand. Goes for the Verdict instead. Pretty good. Removed a Kaito, removed an Apparition, got yourself a token, you even got an attack off with the Goblin, you made a treasure, it removed the Underdog from the graveyard. A good Verdict, but I still think that maybe you could have just attacked with the Hive, man. The Hive kills the Kaito and removes the Underdog anyway. And you would still have this Verdict for Maybe a Rafine that gets out of control later in the game. Maybe another underdog. Alien really suffering from this lack of blue mana. Drew 2 Hermits, which is a nice card in the matchup, but just has not been able to ever actually hold up the activation. So, I mean, it's essentially just a 2 mana 2/1. See, that would have been a much better turn for the Verdict, right? Hive last turn, Verdict this turn. But now, Alien actually has access to an underdog and a hermit that they didn't have to have access to. There's another hermit without holding up the activation. Feel like I'm repeating myself. But you gotta do what you gotta do. And also, Alien a little bit punished for going for that token earlier on the Kaito rather than the plus. Still hasn't found this 5th land for the Elspeth that they drew earlier. Ob Nixilis comes down. Okay, this is a great window to get the Elspeth down. Elspeth plus, really good here. Untapped land. It's an apparition, which is not the worst. You can remove one Ob Nixilis, and now you finally get to hold up your Hermit. Now that opponent's got 1,000,000 mana. You can tax them for 3 now. Alright, this feels bad if you're Alien. It feels bad. We've all been there. Alright, and the Ob Nixilis damage is beginning to rack up. Down to 12. Harvester, very good if you've got a Fable in play. Flyer's pretty good against Ob Nixilis, but this game is getting out of control. Still no 5th land for the Elspeth, man. I think a lot of this game comes down to minusing the Kaito. And that seems like a good top deck. It seems like a great time to top deck the most expensive spell in your deck that you can now only just cast. One of Titan of Industry. Coming in huge for the big Jund. Meat Hook Massacre is ticking down to 7. And now it's too late. Even if you draw a land for Elspeth, I mean, now she does nothing. Verse is not bad at all. But again, just a little too late. Verse, you've got nothing else to do with your mana. I mean, you've got to remove the Titan. You can't attack and kill the Ob Nixilis. It's on 3 loyalty. You've only got 2 power in there. And that's GG's. Big Jund. Sir Hamilton takes it over Alien. And that's our round 7 match. We've only got 1 match left today. Round 8. And we'll be back for a look at the standings soon, and then we'll get into round 8. Thank you. Alright, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. We've made it to round 8, finally. And so for round 8, most of the people that are playing, it's not going to work out perfectly this way, but for most people it's winning you're through to the top 16, losing you're out. So we've got Holy Diva versus Nick Demon. We've seen Diva before playing mono green, and we've got Nick here playing was Esper Angels, but it's mostly Orzhov. A little blue splash for Lumbala. So we'll see how it goes. I think the only Angels person that's made it this far. from what I can see. So let's see if most of them were playing straight Orzhov though, so it looks like the blue paying off so far for Nick. Diva on the play with 3 lands and lots of 3-drops as mono green. That's pretty good. Yada for Nick though. No removal for Diva, so these angels could get out of control. Like, it's a strong start, but Angels is the type of deck that can withstand this start if they get rolling. Nick would have loved to see 2/2-drops there, I think, so can only play 1 creature, but 3/5 Valkyrie, if it doesn't get removed, next turn's going to be crazy. Diva needs a removal spell. Just a chariot. I mean, we say just a chariot, but, you know. Draw. Draws the Blizzard Brawl. Is that the Blizzard Brawl that takes Diva to the top 16? Oh, baby. That's a good card. Okay, so I can say with 100% certainty that this turn is going to be Blizzard Brawl plus Old Growth Troll. It has to be, right? It has to be. Brawl Troll. Come on, Diva. You know you're playing the Brawl Troll. There's no way you're playing the Chariot. Goes for the Mammoth instead, huh? Interesting. Okay. I was off by about 100%, but it was close. It's a good card. Gyada gets to live, though, and I mean, the Gyada can still go off, kind of. Not getting the life gain, importantly, but you can play Valkyrie. Overseer does tap the Gyada, but the Overseer is very big. Valkyrie's now a 3/5. Alright, I mean, we kind of need another removal spell. Next turn, Overseer and Verse available for Nick. But this is a big attack, though. That one Blizzard Brawl is completely changing the game. Because now Nick has to take some blocks here. Yada is going to live. Along with one other angel, so Overseer coming in as a 4/3. This is alright. Gonna be a close game. Diva considering trample on the pack leader. Oh, it's a lot of mana. Yeah, I mean, you get rid of the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie is going to keep growing and growing and growing, so this might be your only chance to remove it. But you spend your whole turn killing it. Nick untaps, and the board is Gyada versus Mammoth, with Nick to go first. It's tough, but I mean, if you leave the Valkyrie in play, it's not like that's not tough either. It's pretty forced, yeah. At least you get the troll coming down onto the forest, ramping you for next turn. Next turn you can play Chariot and Troll, but I mean, against the Angels, Diva just wants to draw a removal spell every turn, if possible. 1 or 2 threats, removal, go. This Amiria's Call is kind of awkward, huh? It can put you to 6 mana, so you can go Retribution, or Youthful Valkyrie first and then Retribution, but you can't go to 2 life to do that, so... Looks like the Amiria's Call's coming in tapped, So then you've got either 4 mana or 5, including angels. Youthful Valkyrie Verse. Overseer Verse. I've got to be honest, it's nothing too amazing. If you play both of the creatures, if you play Youthful Valkyrie first, comes in as what, 2/4, gets pumped to 3/5 when you play the Overseer. Your Overseer's a 4/3. You get to save your Retribution and your Verse. I mean, it's not bad. Just playing both the angels here. Miria's Call tapped. If you draw a land, you can do Retribution and Verse. If you don't draw a land, you've got Elspeth anyway. Okay. The Angels deck, because the Giada got to stay alive, the board just refills so fast. Sitting on 6, which is reasonably comfortable, I would say. Double block. Another Youthful Valkyrie down, it's pretty good. So 7 mana available. I mean, it's hard to not just go Troll Chariot, but then Gallagreators is not exactly the type of card you want to be the last creature in your hand. Makes it a little worthless. But you also need to just get on the board. Right, going for Chariot and Troll. We did get a land for Nick. So this is going to be a huge Vigilance Flyer. 6/6. Plus you've got Verse up. I mean, it's pretty nice. It might even be so nice that you can even get in with this 4/3. I think it is. Put them down to 8. You've got Giada as a blocker, you've got 6/6 as a 6/6 as a blocker, you've got Vanish and Verse. You've got an Elspeth for next turn which can give a counter. I think you're getting in with both. Getting in with both gives lots of opportunities for lethal next turn. If you only attack with Giada, you're never getting lethal next turn. Alright. Maybe the 2 life from Gallagreators might come in clutch here. We'll see. Verse on token now before it can be used to crew next turn. Alright. Nick's tapped out. Diva's got to deal 6 somehow. You ain't dealing 6 with a forest. Can you even force a block? No, you can't do much, can you? Greeters. Troll. You can crew with a troll. No, because the 6/6 can just block the chariot and Nick can take the 4 from the 2 cats. And then even if you gain 2 with the Gallagreators, it's just lethal. So Nick does not have to block, but Diva has to find some way basically to try and convince him to. The Overseer damage just matters so much here. Like, even if Diva goes to 10, there's no way to remove this 6/6. You're swinging in for 10 regardless. That's before you even consider the Elspeth. There's just nothing to be done there. There's no... Can't even try any gamesmanship there. There's just nothing. You're just dead always. Nimble Larcenist. 2 of in the sideboard. Shadow's Verdict. 4 negates. 4 negate. And the Test of Talents. I mean, not much in the sideboard for Nick here that really helps against mono green, to be honest. Like, Meat Hook can be okay. Verdict can be okay. But mono green is the type of deck that has some, like, quite a few threats that can dodge it, though. A very mid-rangey Esper deck here. It's got 2 Doom Scars, Verdict, 2 Yessa, Elspeth. Not messing around. A lot of big cards. Not much for mono green though, as we said. Considering the Larcenist against mono green, really. Instant sorcery or artifact, it's gonna brick so often. A lot of Diva's removal spells after sideboard are instant speed too, and there's not that many of them in the deck, so most of the time Diva's gonna have like 0 or 1 removal spell in hand. And then most of the time she's just gonna be able to respond to that Larcenist and just cast the removal. And then the Larcenist bricks on the rest of the hand. Alright, game 2. Another decent hand for Nick. No blue mana for the Linvala. Yet. Very, very slow hand for Diva. There's your blue. Unfortunately for Nick, not able to make too much use of the foretell part of Doomscar because it is the only card in his deck that can be foretold, so it's a bit obvious. So just deciding between Linvala or holding up the verse. I think if you're keeping Linvala in after sideboard, you have to cast it here, or else it shouldn't be in the deck. Alright, Diva actually getting a chance to use her 2 threats here. Mammoth, Troll. I don't think you need to use the beatdown yet. The beatdown most likely will be able to still remove the Youthful Valkyrie next turn, or threaten to at least into the Linvala next turn. Very unlikely that this Valkyrie goes to 3 or 4/6, sorry, this turn. The problem with not using the removal is the next turn, when you try and use it, you're a bit more exposed to verse. But Nick's tapped out, so not too bad. Diva just taking so much damage in the meantime, though. But if Nick swings out here, like land, put your Mammoth to 5/5, remove the Vigilance creature, I mean... You don't even have to cast it pre-combat either, because casting it pre-combat is not that good. Nick will probably just crack the Linvala, and then you get a free block with your Indestructible Fire. So interesting choice for Nick. What you've got to attack with something. You can't hang around, but I think you can probably get away with attacking both. I mean, you've got a verse in hand. You've got another Linvala. You know that you can just sack the Linvala in play to get a great block off on the Mammoth. So you're taking like 4 at worst here, down to 11. You're putting Diva down to 12 and threatening to swing for just an insane amount next turn. So I think you attack with both. It's a bit aggressive, but the game's there to be won. Attacks with only Linvala, so I guess looking to block the troll with the Youthful Valkyrie. Diva just flooding out. Now the Linvala sack's even better. You sack Linvala, you're just taking 0 damage. This 4/4 Angel is also just gonna kill the Mammoth next turn, using the Furrier's Retribution. Okay, that's a big moment in the game. Nick sacking the Linvala before the removal spell gets used. So Diva can remove the Vigilance one, get through for 4 damage, and... Well, the Youthful Valkyrie's not going to die, but still on 15 because there was no Youthful Valkyrie attack last turn. A lot of gas in Nick's card. Tapped Snarl is pain, though. Can't do Elspeth, can't do Linvala and Verse. Can't do Doomscar. The second stage of Retribution, just so sick here, though. Alright, it's a Mammoth. It's a 5/5 Mammoth next turn. The double strike on Retribution, though. Double strike Retribution trigger plus the Elspeth +1. This is going to be nasty. Nick begins this turn on 7. He will not be ending this turn on 7. Swings in for 13 and goes back. Oh, nope, swings in for lethal. It's been a long day, chat. For some reason, I was only counting double strike on one of the 2 creatures. So I don't know why my brain did that. But that was a clean 2-0. I mean, the way for mono green to beat Angels is to get ahead on the board early and then just remove the kind of major threats while getting 2, 3, 4 attacks in, and it can be enough to win, but it is a tough matchup. And Angels looking strong there. Nick goes to 6-2, I believe, and should make it through to the top 16. But that's it for round 8. We're going to cut to a top 16 and we'll be back tomorrow and we'll play through that top 16. We're going to go from Swiss to double elimination. So, should be fun. Thanks for joining us today and we'll see you tomorrow. Ecuador! Ecuador!